Okay. So what is the time in what is the time in your place now, your end?
It's 11:30.
11:30 morning.
In the morning, yes.
Oh, good. Then I would like to say good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Well, you see, I am lucky that this my computer works. That's the first time.
Oh.
I worked through Zoom, so I was a little anxious to work it out.
Oh, fine. Excellent.
Well, you see you later, okay?
Okay, see you. Please, go ahead. അവരൊന്ന് തലൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഓ ഡോക്ടർ കൃഷ്ണകാന്ത്. അല്ല, പുള്ളി കയറി വരുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഡോക്ടർ കൃഷ്ണകാന്ത്. പുള്ളിയുടെ Oh, hello, Vamshi Krishna.
Hello.
Oh, fine.
Hello, sir. How are you, sir?
Oh, fine. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. I'm fine.
Okay. Dr. Krishna Bosch. അതാണ് കാണാം. ഓക്കെ. അല്ലേ? Hello, Siji. Hello, Siji.
हाँ है सर
ആണോ?
हाँ കാണാം കാണാം സാറേ
ഓക്കെ.
ആ
Oh, good afternoon, Kartyani Chamaraj. അല്ല, അവരെ കണ്ടില്ല. Hello, Kartyani Chamaraj.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Shall we just see if I can share my screen?
Okay.
I just try to share my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah, this is visible.
Okay, I will minimize it.
Yeah, everything is fine, visible. Minimize ചെയ്താൽ മതിയല്ലോ. Okay. എന്താ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയണോ? നമ്മളെല്ലാം സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ മതിയല്ലോ.
മതി. പിന്നെ ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് കയറി വരുമ്പോൾ അവരോടൊന്ന് റിമൈൻഡ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി.
ഓക്കെ. അവരുടെ പ്രോബ്ലം ഇപ്പോഴും തീർന്നിട്ടില്ല കേട്ടോ. നമ്മുടെ ഉമയോട് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേക്കണേ. പറഞ്ഞു വിളിക്കാം. ഹായ് ആശാം. ചെയറിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം എന്താണോ അവര് നമ്പർ ഇവിടെ കണ്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ നമ്പറിന്റെ കള്ളാസ് ഇവിടെ കണ്ട് ഇരിപ്പുണ്ടോ എന്ന് എടുത്തു തന്നെ. ഞാൻ ഇവരെ ഇവിടെ നോക്കട്ടെ. അല്ലാതെ ഓക്കെ. ഇവിടെയുണ്ട്. ആ പേരൊന്ന് നോക്കിയേക്കാം. ഇവിടെയുണ്ട് നമ്പർ ഒന്ന് നോക്കുന്നു.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You know, I'm trying out. This is the first time I do this. So
Oh,
I'm learning.
fine.
I'm learning.
ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. ഒരു ഇത് കൊടുക്കാം. I got a mail കിട്ടിയതാ. She's almost
Hello, Dr. Jeevan Kumar.
Hi, hello, Katyani.
How are you?
Yeah, doing well. How about you?
Yeah, very well. Thank you.
You can put on your video, I think.
It's not coming on. Some
Oh,
problem
gosh.
always.
Okay. So your PPT, you'll
Yeah,
want Professor Jose to put it on, is it?
I tried sharing my screen. It's working.
Yeah, it's working.
So,
Okay, fine.
yeah.
Then
So
it's
in
fine.
case my internet gives me problems, then you may have to take over.
Okay,
Professor Jose has the PPT ready also.
okay.
Is your presentation for tomorrow ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Asha Bhuj.
Hello, madam. Good afternoon.
Hello. Shall I share and test it?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll have to check with Professor Jose.
Okay.
You've sent it to him?
Yeah, but now you keep it there. We can start because after that there will be things we will do there. No problem at all. Yeah. Parnyo. Okay. 2 minutes. Yeah, good afternoon all. We can start within 2 minutes. So for that, within 2 minutes.
Oh, yes, that's fine, Professor Jose.
Yeah.
Kiran Kavak. I think we're waiting for the chairperson to join us. All the way from Arunachal Pradesh.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
I have already joined.
Oh, that's excellent. Does Professor Jose know you're in?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
fine. They are waiting for you. And yeah, I'll wait for Uma.
Oh, yeah, ma'am. Yes, sorry, I was there.
No problem.
I
We
just,
can, yeah, fine. We'll be happy that there. And I will give some directions to chairpersons first. And we are actually giving 15 minutes to each presenter, 15 minutes. Then what you can do there, after reaching, when we reach 12 minutes or 13, you can give a gentle warning to the chair, the paper presenter. Then there will be a 2-3 minutes so that they can conclude their paper. So our point is that you have to reserve some time for discussion because the participants also, we have to give some time to raise questions. Then finally, the panelist, you can give some time to panelists to give their response to the questions, clarifications, or whatever may be there. And this is things we are going to there. Yeah, fine. Then, yeah, just a
I think we should allow the participants after 2 presentation, right, sir? To allow the participant to ask questions.
only after all presentations. Only after all presentations.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Uma is here. Dr. Uma, please. Yeah, we can start now.
Okay. So can I take over, sir?
No, that Uma will give a welcome to you.
Okay, sir.
So you are so respected, chairperson. We have to give welcome to you. That part,
Okay,
Dr. Uma will manage. Yeah, please, Dr. Uma. Uma, please, you unmute.
Am I audible now? Sorry. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
fine.
Okay, sir. Housekeeping announcement. May I request all the participants to kindly mute their microphones throughout this session. I'm delighted to welcome all the delegates to the third day of our conference. This session is the 8th technical session, which is on institutions, ideas, and models for coping with disasters. And this is on from 4:30 to 6:45 p.m. IST. So good afternoon, everyone from India. I'm pleased to welcome the chair for this session, Likha. In Arunachal Pradesh. Welcome to the session, ma'am, and thank you so much for agreeing to chair this session.
So that name, when you pronounce welcome, it was not visible. There was some problem at your level, so that you can again, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pleased to welcome the chair for today, Likha Kiran Kabak. She is senior faculty at the State Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj at Itanagar in Arunachal Pradesh. We are delighted that you have agreed to chair this session today, ma'am. Thank you so much. May I also request the chair to kindly ask the presenters to restrict their presentations to 15 minutes each, so in the interest of time, so that we can have discussions after the session. I will now hand over the reins to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for welcoming me, and thank you for this actually a great opportunity and a great privilege that you all are giving to me. Thank you for the respect, and thank you for the honor, and thank you for thinking that I can do this, especially Jose Chatukulam, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I don't know whether I'll meet your expectation or not, but I will try my best. Today, I'll be presiding a session. We have, I think this is ninth technical session, right? So ninth technical session of this international webinar on this model of decentralization. And it is last evening also I have attended. I was listening to all the presenters, and it is really a very good platform, and I really appreciate and I really thankful to this Sir Center for Rural Management team that you are organizing this webinar. And because of this, and I think we came to know that in which country, how this model of decentralization, or how the countries has handled this pandemic COVID. So it is really a great opportunity for each one of us to know all this model and learn from each other. And the best thing we create, we can create for our state or for our country. So it is really a highly appreciable job that CRM has undertook. And I really also appreciate all paper presenters that you have really worked hard. Last night I was hearing the presenters from Ghana, that a few participants, more than I think about three participants, were presenting the papers from Ghana, and it was really overwhelming to know about the model they are doing there. So it is learning each other. It's a great platform. And today also we have 6 papers. I hope all of you are ready. They are Katyani Chamaraj and Asabuj, Helmut Olman, Sisa Sivadasan, Tawang Miwang, M. Yusuf. So all 6 presenters will present their model or present their experience and present the model that what their country or their state are doing in this COVID pandemic, or what can be done for this decentralization, for the greater interest of the people and greater benefit of the people. Thank you so much once again. And then now we should, without wasting our time, we should start a presentation. First, I think we should start with Katyani Chamaraj. Katyani Chamaraj, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to share my screen. 1 minute.
So over to you, Madam Katyani
Thank you.
Chamaraj.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible, I think.
Okay. So I am Executive Trustee of Civic Bangalore. We have been working on decentralized governance for more than 27 years now. And we have been pioneers in the city of Bengaluru, trying to make the ward committees at the ward level very functional. And I will go straight to my presentation now. So when the lockdown was announced and COVID happened, we realized that the National Disaster Management Act actually says that the service delivery in times of disaster has to be with the local bodies. But in Bengaluru, the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagarapalike, which is in English, Greater Bangalore Municipal Corporation, that is the English translation for that, but in short, we call it BBMP. They did not even meet to discuss their responsibilities during the time of the lockdown. And in fact, they were given 4 lakh rupees to spend in each ward to manage the lockdown under COVID. But they returned 2 lakhs saying that let the chief minister decide how to spend it. So, but in fact, in the ward committee rules of the Karnataka Municipal Corporations Act, it actually says in the section 6(8) that under the ward committee, there should be ward disaster management cells to manage any disaster. But the municipal council itself did not seem to be aware of it, and they did not take on their responsibilities at all at the ward level. And this ward disaster management cell was obligated, this obligates the elected municipal councillor to set up the disaster management cells in the wards. But they seem to be totally unaware of that. So because Civic was aware of the law, what was happening was that in the absence of the ward disaster management cells, there was no database of the needy people at the ward level. There was lack of coordination in delivering the benefits. And there were several camps of especially migrant workers who were not getting the benefits, whether it was in terms of the ration card, rations, that is the food distribution, or the compensatory amounts that the government had sanctioned, especially for construction workers and the migrant laborers. They were supposed to get 5,000 rupees for the period of the lockdown when they could not work. And all these benefits were not reaching them because there was no local leadership of the municipal councillor in delivering the benefits to them. So there was a public interest litigation that was going on in the Karnataka High Court, questioning this lack of a delivery of services to the migrant workers and to the others. And the Karnataka High Court was expressing its frustration over the state's lack of a systematic and organized way of distributing benefits, especially to the migrants and the homeless. And they were not, the High Court was continually questioning the government about it. So we wrote an email to the Chief Justice, actually, and we pointed out to him, that was on the 19th of April, that since ward committees are nearest to the people, if only they had been set up, if the ward disaster management cells had been set up, the needy in every ward could have been identified, their needs could have been met, and the credible data about who is being benefited could have been provided to the court. And so we prayed in our email that the court should direct the municipal corporation to set up these ward disaster management cells immediately as per the existing rules. So we were amazed that the Chief Justice took note of our email, and he took it up on the 24th of April in that ongoing public interest litigation that was already going on in the court. And the Chief Justice asked the municipal council to state whether the ward disaster management cells had been established. And they also noted that if there was the presence of such disaster management cells, it would be helpful to deal with the present situation created by the spread of the coronavirus. So the moment this order was issued, the circulars were issued by the municipal council, by the zonal commissioners, constituting the ward disaster management cells and enumerating their roles and responsibilities. So they said that the ward disaster management cell should be headed by the municipal councillor. It should have all the ward committee members as members, and there should be an official as a secretary, and the representatives of the concerned officials of the revenue, engineering, health, and solid waste management departments, and the local police station house officer, the local doctor of the primary healthcare center, the electricity engineer, the water supply engineer, and a local residents welfare association representatives should all be made members of this ward disaster management cell. And the zonal commissioner's circular on the roles and responsibilities of the ward disaster management cell said that they have to ensure that the non-residents who have come from other countries are quarantined. They have to help in enforcing the COVID-19 buffer zone and containment zones, ensure that 1 meter social distancing is maintained wherever necessary, and they have to paint squares or circles at 1 meter distance in front of all markets and shops and canteens. And they also said that the ward disaster management cell should make arrangements for food for the needy migrant workers, families, the slum dwellers, the construction workers, and others, and provide shelter in nearby marriage halls or hotels or lodges. And also that in cooperation with NGOs and local donors, they should provide the food grain kits, that is the ration kit, masks, fruits, and vegetables to the needy persons, ensure that no crowds gather within the ward's jurisdiction, and ensure proper disposal of garbage and biomedical waste, ensure adequate drinking water supply, proper spraying of disinfectants, strict implementation of all the rules, instructions, and orders that are issued, and make sure that they are not violated. and to prevent the spread of COVID-19, conduct meetings every Monday to review the situation. And the member secretary should report the resolutions to the zonal commissioner's office. So that was in brief what the zonal commissioner issued as a direction. Then it was followed up by the BBMP, the municipal commissioner himself, issuing several circulars, and some of the things that he ordered the ward disaster management cell to do was to maintain booth-wise lists of people with vulnerabilities like pregnant women and elderly and those with comorbidities, that a help desk with landline and telephone connection should be set up in the ward office, and that this helpline can be operated by volunteers, civil society partners, or self-help group members, and so on. So thus institutional mechanism was initiated at the ward level, and also later on even a booth level committees were set up. That is, in the Bengaluru, Greater Bangalore Municipal Corporation limits, there are 8,514 electoral polling booths, and they cover nearly 38 lakh families, and there are about 446 families in each polling booth area. So officers were appointed, are already there to manage the polling in every booth. So these were designated as booth level committees, and in the booth level committee also they prescribed who should be there at the booth level, so that there is an institutional mechanism which will cater to about 500 households. Every 500 household will have a committee like this. I will not go into the details. So the booth level officer would be assisted by the local officials of the health department, the child care department, and some other electoral officers would also be members of this committee. And very significantly, 10 volunteers from the community were asked to be members of this booth level team, so that there would be enough manpower to monitor these 500 households. So the granularity was increased, so that there could be house-to-house monitoring possible. So retired officers and retired doctors and so on were supposed to be nominated to these committees. Then the booth level committee was supposed to work from the polling booth office. It was supposed to maintain booth-wise lists of people with vulnerabilities and supply the masks and the hand gloves and the sanitizers and the oximeters and so on, and enforce the home quarantine of passengers, follow up on individuals who were suffering from acute respiratory infections and so on, and also conduct house-to-house survey in the containment and buffer zones. And this was some of the important roles assigned to them, in addition to several other responsibilities. But you know, these circulars were only restricted to looking at the ward disaster management cell monitoring the COVID, but it was not a general standard operating procedure for managing all kinds of disasters. So we noticed that there are standard operating procedures at the state level, at the district level, and at the city level, but there is no standard operating procedure for these ward level disaster management committees. So we, along with other CSOs, we prepared a general standard operating procedure for managing all disasters at ward level and submitted it to the chief secretary. And he was very appreciative of our efforts, and he forwarded our general SOP to the state level disaster management secretary, And we hope that they are working on it to give us a standard SOP at the ward level. We detailed in that general SOP the preparedness, the preventive measures that should be taken even before a disaster happens, then the response to it, then the measures for recovery, and also the mitigation measures, which are standard, the 4 standard operations that any disaster management cell should monitor, so or be prepared for. So I will not go into the details of what we prepared. It will be too lengthy. So I will just
Ma'am, yeah,
highlight.
you have very less time now, only 2 minutes more.
Yes, I just have 2 more slides. So we pointed out that in the urban context, disaster preparedness and mitigation are affected by the following, because there is high population density and high vulnerability, and inappropriate land use planning, insufficient regulation and enforcement of building standards, because of which there's a lot of encroachments on flooding zones and on lake beds and so on, which cause disasters, and that the urban poor and migrant poor live in slums without adequate basic amenities. Their housing is very poor, and they usually live on marginalized land that is vulnerable to hazards. So we took this as the context for preparing our SOP, and we detailed it out. And also we concentrated on the mitigation measures that should be taken to prevent future disasters. And we said that when there is no disaster also, these ward disaster management cells should be active to ensure that all construction projects that happen in the ward follow the guidelines and the laws and the local building codes, and so that there is no violation of the flooding zone and so on. And encourage the compliance by contractors by monitoring these construction sites, identify the properties in the disaster prone areas and rehabilitate them, and encourage the households to undertake corrective repairs and preventive repairs, and also assist in providing technical guidance. And I'll come to my last slide, I think. Yes, I think I have 2 more. So for mitigation,
time is running.
yes, I'll skip this because it just says that the ward disaster management cell should, to mitigate disasters, should ensure that there is proper solid waste management and there is proper housing and drinking water and so on, and remove all the encroachments. And this is my last slide, I think. So in the course of a webinar that happened on 25th November, one of the members of the National Disaster Management Cell, National Disaster Management Authority, Mr. Kishore, he happened to voice the same problem. He said that there are disaster management authorities at the national, state and district levels, and there is a need for a mechanism at the city level and even lower at ward level to be able to reach to the needy during disasters. So he identified that there is a lacuna at the ward level in the municipal areas. And so when I intervened and I said that we have a model at the ward level, he requested us to send the material, whatever we had initiated, our draft SOP and so on. We have forwarded it to him, and hopefully now the National Disaster Management Authority will take note of the SOP that we have prepared and send out a general SOP for ward disaster management cells across the nation, so that our initiative gets replicated across the state, across the country. So thank you very much. I'm sorry if I overshot my time. And
Thank
I
you
thank
so much.
Professor Jose.
Yeah, it's
Professor
really
Jose.
required time to present a detail this one on the subject. It is very important, but then we are restrained with the time, so we have to keep pace with the time. So without already we have late already. It's been a 5-minute late, so we'll switch over to next paper presenter immediately. That is Asa Buch. She is a retired bilingual teacher from UK, and Also, she is a social worker in India. So I request you to present your presentation.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah. So, ma'am, yeah, please restrict it to 15 minutes. Otherwise, we'll be running out of time.
Yes, yes, I do understand. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to the Center for Gandhian Study and Center for Rural Management, Kerala, to allow me to express my views on ideas on and models of decentralization. This is yin and yang. In other words, two sides of a coin. We have to select between ideals of decentralized and practicality of centralized system. Main cause of poor management of this novel pandemic are inadequate health provisions, insufficient intervention of scientific advice, and a delay in government's decision to act swiftly in right direction. All these are true, but above all, one thing has surfaced more clearly, and that is centrality in every sector has made each department inefficient and therefore ineffective in combating this disease. In this presentation, the ideas of decentralization in health, economy, and politics will be discussed together with some models of decentralized units in the field of agriculture and khadi industry. The World Health Organization defined decentralization, I quote, "In the health system, decentralization involves moving decision-making power away from centralized control and closer to the users of health service." According to the 19th century advocate, Alex de Tocqueville, decentralization has not only administrative value, but also a civic dimension, since it increases the opportunities for citizens to take interest in public affairs. It makes them get accustomed to using freedom. And from the accumulation of these local, active, perceptive freedoms is born the most effective counterweight against the claims of the central government, even if it were supported by an impersonal collective will. Now, here are some terms related to decentralization, ranging from market and digitalization to connection and partnership. I would like to mention 4 main types of decentralization. Political decentralization aims to give citizens to their representatives public decision-making powers through participatory forms of governance. Administrative decentralization involves redistributing authority, responsibility, and financial resources in order to provide public services from national government to local government and even to corporations. Fiscal decentralization can only become meaningful and effective if above 2 types of decentralization are functioning effectively. Market decentralization involves shifting responsibility for health functions from the public to the private sector, including businesses and non-government organizations. Now, there is some danger of private interest getting priority instead of public interest in handing over too much power to business. Talk about decentralization and not to mention M.K. Gandhi is almost next to impossible. Gandhi's ideas of decentralization not only focused on India's economy, but he could see the ill effects of rampant industrialization on political, social, and cultural aspects throughout the world. Gandhi's vision of Panchayat Raj was based on participatory democracy, which would have its foundation in self-governing village communities. Gandhi's concept of Gram Swaraj meant the state government only exercise such powers which are not within the scope of competence of the lower tiers of participatory governance institutions. This principle is called subsidiarity and is now a general principle of European law. It is believed that Gandhi was opposed to machines, science, and modern techniques. But in fact, what he was opposed to was the craze for machinery and its indiscriminate multiplication. He welcomed the tools that saved individual labor and lightens the burden of millions of cottage artisans. Decentralization of economic and political power was Gandhi's main philosophy, stressing that economy should be labor-oriented, not capital-centered. Production should be in the hands of small communities. Large-scale economic as well as political institutions should be decentralized. This is what the participatory democracy looks like. Let me home into politics and health system in the UK. Devolution of political power took place during 1999 in the UK. Northern Ireland, Wales, and Scotland had their own assemblies. The devolved governments have many powers in common, including over health, social care, primary and secondary education, agriculture, and environment. They have executed their powers in the past in many instances, the most recent being at the time of the management of COVID-19 crisis. Decentralization and equitable growth goes hand in hand. In the article, Altered Governance Dynamics by Gopalakrishna Warrior, he has pointed out that national governments almost throughout the democratic world are forced to discuss the responses of this health and socio-economic crisis with all political parties and heads of local governments. They had no other choice. The scientists have warned us that there would be many more rounds of this same virus or some unknown microbes may attack in future. But one fact has emerged, that without socio-economic equity and decentralization, there will be no survival of sustainable growth. Ben Chu. Ben Chu, economic editor of Independent, and Lizzie Burden of The Telegraph interviewed Raghuram Rajan. Here are some quotes from his speech. Somebody is managing my slides. Can you change the next slide, please?
Yeah, please. Okay.
I'm managing. Okay. 4 important points can be noted from the speech. 1, make sure that decisions taken lower down the level are better than the federal or central level decisions. Number 2, sell the policy to the people before rolling them out to get their approval. Number 3, if the leaders do not accept to take the masses with them in shaping the policies, change the leader. And last, most importantly, do not decide from the center or it kills the democratic process. Slide number 15, please.
Yeah.
In order to overcome the slow economic growth up to 1980s, India rushed towards the capitalist and centrally planned economy in 1999. India managed to increase productivity and compete with the global market, but we have failed to sustain meaningful employment, utilize vast human resources, and last but not least, remove the Indian economy from the vicious circle of poverty. This seems to be the result of having faith in trickle-down theory. Next, please. An article on a healthcare system in India paints a picture of a parallel healthcare system in India. Vastly different healthcare provision resulted in many Indians turning to private healthcare. On one hand, private hospitals offer world-class treatment at much lower cost compared to some developed countries, resulting in health tourism. But the irony is that most Indians lack health insurance, therefore can hardly access those excellent health services. Next, please. Compare this to healthcare system in Europe. UK's health service is the envy of the world, and yet it is one of the most centralized systems. It is because the biggest chunk of the tax revenue is raised by central government, not local government. While decentralized approaches are applied in Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, which has resulted in better management of the COVID-19 crisis. Germany's aim was to fight the virus locally and keep politics out of it. We have seen that the biggest failures came from the countries where politics control centrally over this health cum socio-economic crisis, such as India. More examples of decentralized systems can be found the world over in political and economic sectors, which benefits the healthcare system. Next, please. I would like to talk about models of decentralized systems, particularly in India. Gandhi's views on Swadeshi meant production, consumption, and trade of goods and services should be controlled locally. Rely on the local polities such as Gram Panchayat and self-reliance on society and village community. He said, if the village perish, India will perish too. It will be no more India. This statement has proved almost prophetic. Next, please. On 6th May 1934, Vinoba Bhave and his fellow constructive workers founded Gram Seva Mandal near Wardha city. Having witnessed over 1.4 lakh farmers committing suicide mainly due to centralized textile industry, they began a project, Cotton to Fabric. Next, please. After owning farming lands for more than 7 decades, huge number of farmers are still facing problem of survival. And this fact is not hidden from the world anymore. Jatan Trust, based at Vadodara in Gujarat, came up with a solution. It's a non-profit organization helping people to understand the environment and address their problems. Next, please. Weaverbird works directly with the farmers, weavers, and tailors to design sustainable clothing for men and women. It aims to empower artisans and farmers, provide fair wages, and work towards environmental sustainability. There are many more such small units linked in the supply chain of khadi all over India. Next slide, please. What are the lessons to learn from COVID-19? Ignoring researchers' advice to adapt a model of community and civic society-led quarantine and monitoring, to quarantine travelers and to act on warnings from its scientists have failed the governments to protect lives and livelihoods of millions. We have learned that for long-term and sustainable security, there is no alternative to strong grassroots level partnership with communities across the country. And the last slide, please. We have witnessed that economic, health, and political inequity harms social cohesion, which breeds violence. We have also learned that decentralized political and economic systems have helped to reduce inequality and conflict between central and local governments, and even between various social classes. So, time has come to examine each and every concept explained in the book Hind Swaraj, written by M.K. Gandhi. Put those in perspective in the present situation and be willing to implement those which are still relevant. Self-reliance and decentralized economic and political system will come up as a central theme, which we can accept as new normal and use to plan our future. Dr. Li Wenliang from Wuhan, China, who died of COVID-19, he said, there should be more than one voice in a healthy society. Let us be that voice. Thank you. Namaste. Abha.
Thank you so much. It was such an excellent presentation, Asa Buch, ma'am. Really, it is once again, you have reminded us that how, relevant and how practical that M.K. Gandhi's, many of his thoughts and many of his, that he advised us to practice. Thank you so much. And anybody willing to, wanted to ask question, they can type the question, or they can, after all presenters presented their paper, you may ask the questions. Thank you so much for your excellent paper. It was really a great learning from this paper. So we'll have switch on to next presenter. Next presenter is Helmut Wollmann. He's all over from Germany. I think he is present here with us. And he is a professor. He is a professor in Humboldt University of Berlin, Germany. So, sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
You
Sir, you'll be presenting a paper on institutional development of subnational government levels in Western and Central Eastern
European countries.
European countries, that is between decentralization and the re-centralization.
Yeah.
So, sir, yeah, please take over. Yeah, take over the session. Yeah, we are hearing you, sir.
Okay. Do I have to pick something here still? You give me the, let me see.
Sir, you just a little bit become louder, sir.
Okay.
You're just increase your volume. Otherwise, it is okay. Yeah.
You hear me? Okay. Well, dear colleagues, I am glad to join this interesting exercise worldwide webinar. And my paper aims at exploring and comparing the development which the subnational governments levels in some key Western and Central East European countries have experienced since the 1980s. Focusing on the intermediary, regional, and local government levels, the discussion is guided by the question whether, when, how, and why these developments have shown convergent or divergent trends of decentralization or re-centralization. The selection of European countries comprises the UK, France, Italy, Spain, and Germany in Western Europe, and Hungary and Poland in Central Eastern Europe. The country selection is meant to represent exemplary cases of different types and families of European systems. That is, the Anglo-Saxon model, the UK, the continental European Napoleonic model, France, Italy, and Spain, the continental European federal model, Germany, and the Central East European model, Poland and Hungary. A historical approach is pursued in observing the institutional development since the 1980s until now. I'm skipping the details of my country reports and jump right to the summary. The analysis of the 7 Western and Central East European countries under consideration suggests to identify 2 different phases, namely a phase setting in during the late 1970s, in which the institutional development cross-country showed a convergent decentralization trend, whereas contrarily, since about the mid-2000s, most of these countries have moved in a re-centralization direction. As to decentralization, the development significantly revolved around politically and functionally strengthening the regional and local government levels, along with expanding democracy in the subnational space. While showing convergence in these overall macro decentralization trend, the countries differ considerably among each other in the timing, the shape, the rate of the institutional development, as well as in the varying constellations of relevant causal factors. The starting condition of the decentralization process was mostly characterized by a rupture from a unitary centralist tradition, be it the Napoleonic state in France and Italy, or the unitary state in the UK, or most pronouncedly the centralist state and party regime in Poland and Hungary, with the exception of federal Germany, where the decentralization move in 2006 built on an already decentralized intergovernmental fabric. The extended profile of decentralization has been driven by different constellations of domestic events and factors. In Spain, the death of General Franco, the collapse of the communist regime in Hungary and Poland, a deep political crisis in Italy, government shifts in France and UK. Besides, the decentralization process has been influenced by external factors. This applies particularly to Europeanization and European integration. Notably in Poland, in 1999, the transformation of the regime into a regional self-government level was prompted by the country's access to the EU. As to centralization, since the late 2000s, the majority of the countries have shown a convergent macro trend towards a re-centralization in their subnational government levels. Italy, France, and Germany commonly, the financial and budgetary autonomy of the subnational levels, regions in Italy, Länder in Germany, local authorities in France, has been curtailed for internal reasons, mounting budgetary deficits, as well as due to external pressures, especially the European Stability and Growth pact. In the case of Hungary and Poland, recentralization has been pushed, besides urgent financial problems and retrenchment pressure from the EU, by specific domestic political developments and politico-ideological constellations. This applies particularly to Hungary, where after 2010, under the leadership of Viktor Orban, the far-right government has made it point, under the shibboleth of illiberal democracy, and claiming to be guardian of national identity and protector against diktats from Brussels, to rigorously strengthen central government and to correspondingly weaken the subnational levels. Distinctly different trajectories have been embarked upon in Spain and in the UK, where regionalization has unfolded a political dynamics that aims at the region becoming independent, that is, a self-standing state. This dramatically shows in Spain, where in Catalonia, the regional Independentistas party keeps pushing for the region leaving Spain. In the UK, there are indications that the political demands for Scotland attaining independence and rejoin the EU have recently gained political traction and power after, on January 1st, 2020, the UK exits from the EU and has taken effect, which has been opposed by a majority of the Scots in the national referendum on remaining or leaving the EU. In a still wider comparative outreach, the earlier trend appears to fall in line with a global movement towards decentralization and democratization, which since the 1980s increasingly also encompassed the developing, the third world countries, setting on a modernization path. By the same token, since the 2000s, the reverse trend of strengthening central government and weakening subnational government levels appears to have gained momentum in other countries, as well as including the return to semi-authoritarian, if not full-blown authoritarian central rule. Finally, turning an eye on the question, what's next in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic? First, the skyrocketing financial costs come into mind, which the multiple gigantic and prolonged measures, from treating millions of infected persons to vaccinating myriads of people, are going to expand and explode the public budgets. The ensuing avalanche of public spending will probably entail fiscal entrenchment measures in which, following up on the fiscal austerity policies of the mid-2000s, the national governments and, in the European context, the EU, will step up curbing and disciplining the budgetary autonomy of the subnational government levels. Thus, on the one hand, further pressure and effects are likely to ensue. At the same time, however, the experience being made in all countries with combating the manifold dimensions of the COVID-19 crisis teaches that while central governments play an indispensable role in centrally coordinating and financing the measures, the effective targeting of the multifarious activities decisively hinges on the involvement of the subnational, regional, as well as local government levels, whose potential and reservoir of personnel, expertise, and commitments need to be called upon and activated. This collective and common experience and realization that the active involvement of the subnational government levels, including the local government level, of course, is crucial and indispensable for the entire country and beyond to successfully cope with the all but unprecedented challenge and task. And it can be plausibly be expected to have the lasting, and this can have plausibly expect to have the lasting effect of upgrading the standing of the national government levels in the countries in the governmental setting. Hence, a decentralizing impulse is likely to play out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. You have give the time. Thank you so much for that. And that's really great to know that about the European countries, how the European countries are dealing with this pandemic 19. And of course, now it is very happy that we are going to have this vaccines very soon, and it is all over. It is already started in UK. But then, as you have rightly said, that financial crisis will be there, and the proper financial plan has to be there, and the public spending or government has to be made that bear that cost. So it is actually, as you have said, it is as a pandemic is an unprecedented happening incident, whatever. Likewise, budget spending over it is also like that way only, unprecedented. So to tackle this, and as you have said that subnational level, of course, the local level is to be very active and in this handling this COVID-19, and centralizing or decentralizing the subnational and the local government. Of course, it is in the hands of central power who is there. They have to decide how much, they through SOPs or through instructions, they have to empower the subnational or local level, as you have said, for proper decentralization of handling this COVID-19. And of course, how much the decentralization will be this, and the more effective the handling of this unprecedented incident or unprecedented disease that we are world is facing now. Thank you so much. It is really, we're very happy that you are presenting the case from UK and Germany, from the European countries, how they are effectively dealt with the situations. And of course, they are in hand of having this virus also. So it is a very happy to know that. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Helmut Wallmann, once again. So we'll be having a next paper now, paper presenter. And you have kept your time, and you have given enough time for other speaker to present your, but then still I would request that you restrict within a 15 minutes. Next paper presenter, Siva Dasan. Siva Dasan, madam, she is an assistant professor from Department of Political Science, PM Government College, Chalakudi. And she will be presenting a paper on governance for health, the concept of subsidiarity, and the role of local government in Kerala's health governance. So Kerala is always ahead in creating a model, everything in a, say, development perspective. So in this handling this COVID-19 also, we are learned that they are very effectively handle these situations. So it'll be very pleasure to know how this concept of subsidiarity and the role of local self-governments in Kerala's health governance has done. So I would like to request Sisa Sivadasan to present your paper. Hello, Sisa Sivadasan is there. Sisa Sivadasan.
Yeah, we have not seen that there in the participants list at present.
Oh.
Okay. Then I think we can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can wait for some. You can just invite the next presenter.
Yeah. I think if she's not there, then we'll keep her. If she join us, then we see she can be a last presenter in that case.
Yeah, that is excellent idea. Fine, please.
Yeah. So next we'll be having a presenter from Arunachal Pradesh, my state. Tabang Mibang. Are you ready? Tabang Mibang. He is an assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Rajiv Gandhi University. So he will be presenting a paper on indigenous institutions, community participation, and pandemic management, a study of the Kewang of Adis of Arunachal Pradesh. Over to you, sir. You may start your presentation.
Madam. Yes, madam. Am I audible?
Yes,
am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are audible.
I am audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, madam. And good evening, Madam Kabak.
Yeah, good evening. Nice to see you.
Good evening. Yes, so nice of you. So, anyway, thank you, organizer, Professor Satakulam. Thank you, Madam Kabak, for inviting me to the program. Now, to begin with, the title of my paper is Indigenous Institutions, Community Participation and Pandemic Management, a study of the Adis of Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you all, the participants once again. And to begin with, once again, let me throw some light about the paper. I'm extremely sorry that I could not provide PPT of the paper to the organizer. Anyway, the paper will be available with the organizer for further discussion. The paper discusses the institutions, that is Kebang, and how the people of the community participate comprehensively. The paper is divided into three parts. The first part describes the detail, the indigenous institutions, the uniqueness of which is that traditional institutions is not a product of consciously designed at any specific points of time, as formal institutions with structures, plan, and operating procedures, but evolve spontaneously through generations to meet different social exigencies. The second part of the paper deals with the role of institutions in community participation, the effectiveness of institutions in taking different social situations, and as mechanism of social control. And the third part of the paper deals with roles it plays beyond politico-juridical and development, not only as institutions to overcome social anomalies and aberrations, but also in managing economic and pandemic situations as we have or we are facing today. Now, what I would like to make the participants to know is what is the institutions given. In brief, the detail of the discussions or the detail what exactly it is that you will have in the paper. But for this purpose, the Kebang in brief is an institution. As an institution, is a complex or composite body of administrative, developmental, juridical, and welfare mechanism to deal with the mundane day-to-day activities of the community in Arunachal Pradesh and the Adi in particular. Now I'm coming to these sessions, these institutions is pyramidal or hierarchical, based on administrations, based on jurisdictions of its operations. The Kebang as institutions can be broadly categorized into three: the village level, in local, it's called Dolung Kebang, and at the inter-village level, it's called, and at the level as a whole, in this state, it is called Bogum Bokang Kebang or the Adi Bane Kebang among the Adi. Then relating to the membership, there is no restrictions on the persons to become members in the Kebang. All the adult male members of the village, including the children or the women, naturally becomes members of the Kebang. But owing to the patriarchy, the male members of the villages and of the families are more active. Then nature and processes, how it operates. I'm telling this in brief. Traditionally, all the elders and influentials orator of the village are respected as the leaders of the Kebang or the head of the village. In the matters relating to development and community functions, such as constructions of the village community hall, community fencing, bridges, hunting, celebrating festivals, and even in extending social help or assistance to the persons in distress, detailed discussions are made by the member present in the Kebang, and they collectively set out the plans for the actions to be taken on the matters and distribute responsibilities and functions to all. Therefore, howsoever it may be classified in different, the functionality remains almost same with certain specific function that a particular tires perform. It directs all the activities in the village, look after day-to-day administrations, and involve itself in all the activities that may have or have impact the village or community as a whole. It is, in brief, a complex and composite body functioning as institutions of administrative, political, and welfare mechanism for desired social order. It has the power to regulate all aspects of community, including the individual's life, according to the set customs and traditions. And it is supported not only by social, but also by supernatural sanctions. The Kebang as a court of justice interpreted and adjudicated cases as per customary laws. All the dispute, the clan, families, group, in sharing of properties, ownership, money suit, debt, non-clearance of debt, misappropriation, causing of injury, theft, cheating, robbery, murder, etc. are settled. Punishments and fines are awarded according to the doors, according to the nature of. Besides, the maintenance of laws and order, the government performs various developmental activities, decides when and where to clear the for agricultural operations, when and what manner the festivals and taboos are to be observed, when conduct community and so on. And extend its reliefs help to person in this phase. It takes up and decides like the constructions of home for the community, the maintenance of bridges over the villages, tracked within the boundary, fencing for the cultivations, hunting, fishing, and celebrations of festival such as Etor, Solung, Mopun, etc. Now, these welfare functions include extensions of reliefs and help to the needy and distressed, such as widow, orphan, people, family, be developed by misfortune, etc. And therefore, it being an institutions of development, welfare, juridical and administrative dispense is also an instrument in fostering collective effort in attaining the collective social ends. Then what we witness or observe in the recent time is institutions, along with the other formal or statutory bodies such as statutory panchayat, departments of health, and other such organizations plays a significant role in creating awareness, control, regulate, and mobilizing the resources in these situations of pandemic, that is COVID-19. Looking at the functions, the mobilizing the community and organizational structures of the institutions, Honorable Prime Minister of India in his Man Ki Awaaz appreciated and highlighted the institutions as model of community participations. And with that, I would like to conclude, since I have not prepared the PPT, but the details of the full or the complete paper will be there with the organizers, Professor Satupal. Thank you. Hello, Madam, I have concluded.
Please unmute, Chairperson, Madam. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry, sir. I have actually, just not to disturb, I have muted my, I just forgot to unmute again. So actually, Tabang, I was just waiting to hear how this Kewang has played the role in handling this COVID pandemic. So actually, conclusion, I was waiting for that. That's why I was just yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, yeah, madam, that is there, and the details is there in the paper, and that will be there with Professor Satikulam later on. And
yeah.
the Kebang as institutions, if you want to know, yes, that you are from Arunachal Pradesh, you know better.
That too I know.
Say,
that too.
For example, June, till June, the cases of COVID-19 in Pasigat was around more than 1,000. And Pasigat is urban area. But where this village Kebang operates, say, take for example, in villages, the Kebang is effective, it controls, it regulates the movements of persons from the village to the urban, to rural to the urban areas. And as a result, what we observe is in the villages, there is insignificant numbers who are tested positive or who got infected.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why how this Kebang has actually dealt this COVID pandemic in the situations. That is exactly actually I was waiting to hear. Anyways, sir, thank you so much. You have said that it is already there in the paper. And
Yeah.
I hope other participants will be also get to know when this detail will be published in book form or journal form, whatever, from CRM. Thank you so much. And being from Arunachal, I know about the Kebang, but then.
Yeah, respected madam, we can also raise some issues in the discussion part, and our presenter may be in a position to give some more explanations that there. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think other participants will also like to ask more questions on you. So participants, be ready with your questions, and like me, you might also wanted to know more about Kebang. So actually, I know about the Kebang, but I just wanted to know how the Kebang has played a role. Played a role in handling this COVID pandemic. That only I just was interested to know. But being from Arunachal, I know about the Kebang already, how it is function and how it is a very important institution. And it is the main, what to say, not only important, it is the main institutions that actually control or actually to say it is a like kind of court for the community. So it is a very important, in Arunachal, we have this kind of organization, this kind of local or institutions for every community. So it is functioning very effectively. So in other community also, this kind of institutions is playing a key role in the giving justice to the community persons, and also giving awareness, and also in handling this kind of situations in their community level. So local government to say is not very effective, but then community institutions is very, very effective in our state. That I know as from Arunachal.
Yes, madam.
I
will be there.
Yes. So I think queries will come. So we have 2 more paper. So let them present first, and the participants may type your questions, or you may ask later on to him if you wanted to know anything from him more. So next, it is very interesting. It would be very interesting again, I think. M. Yusuf. M. Yusuf, he himself was a vice president and a councillor, Lakshadweep District Panchayat. He is a person who was in the field, to say, in whose experience of handling all those local governments. He was a councillor. So we can say he is a man from the field. So then also from island, Lakshadweep Island. So will be very pleasure to know, and it will be great learning to how this pandemic, or how this local governance or decentralization approach is implemented in Lakshadweep Island. His paper is participatory local governance and the COVID surveillance in the Chetlat Island, Lakshadweep, India. So, sir, are you there, sir? M. Yusuf, sir? M. Yusuf.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Respected chairperson, what happened? He is in Chitlat Island and there is some problem of connectivity. So
okay.
what I will do there, I will make the presentation for Mr.
Okay.
Yusuf. So that is what there. Okay.
Okay, sir. So you can take over, sir.
Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah. Madam, you are right. What you mentioned that there, Mr. Yusuf is the former vice president, become councillor of Lakshadweep District Panchayat, and he is basically from the Chetlat Island. Okay. Yeah, you can see that there, this is actually a map of Lakshadweep Islands, and it is marked that there, that is the Chetlat Island. Yeah, it is actually union territory of Lakshadweep. There are total 27 islands. The UT means unit, actually the is concerned, and as far as Lakshadweep is concerned, there is no state legislature. No, it is not there. And there are 10 islands, inhabitant islands, and it is always, you can see that there it is in the Arabian Sea, and it is around, it is around 220 and 240 square meters from the west of Kerala coast. And the distance from one island to another, it actually varies from 8 kilometers to 300 kilometers, because some islands you can see the next island, but some islands is far away. This you can see also there. The population, according to the latest census, is 64,000, and now you can say that there roughly maybe it is 75,000. The population of Chitrat Island, you take it there, it is only 2,347. There is another island also in Lakshadweep Islands. It is known as Bitra Island. There the total population is around 200. And there also there is one panchayat is there, island Diu Panchayat for Bitra. There is only 3 panchayat members, the panchayat chairperson and 2 other members. The economic activity, the coconut cultivation and fishing and tourism. This is the main activity as far as the Lakshadweep is concerned. Yeah, administrative setup. There is an administrator and he is appointed by the President of the India according to the constitutional provision. And there is a district administration, revenue, law, and all this comes under the district collector or district magistrate. And there are 10 subdivisions in the entire Lakshadweep, and it is managed by the subdivisional officers or the executive magistrates for each island. And Kavaratti is the headquarters as far as this entire Lakshadweep administration is concerned. And the Panchayat system is very interesting in the sense that there is actually the pre-constitutional amendment. There is actually Island Council and Pradesh Council. Then what happened after the 73rd of the constitutional amendment? Lakshadweep has 2 tiers of local government, and one is at the island level and another is at the district level. And the island level, it is known as Deep Panchayat. There are 10 Deep Panchayats and there is 1 district Panchayat. This is what there as far as the Lakshadweep Panchayat system is concerned. And of course, there is a powerful Gram Sabha, and the island situation is very, very feasible to conduct the Gram Sabha discussions in a very lively fashion. And the point is that there is very important is that there the Yusuf had made a strong point in the sense that during the past epidemics like cholera, smallpox, used to take place in a larger, called their heavy toll to the lives of the Lakshadweep is concerned. The similar with leprosy and other things. Their lack of facilities of doctors besides ignorance and isolation of the case, but their main point is that it was caused mainly because of the deficit of democracy and lack of citizens' participation as far as Lakshadweep is concerned during the past epidemics situations there. I got information, and Yusuf also mentioned a comment that there during the time of the smallpox, there was no space even to take the dead bodies to burial in the island. That was a situation. However, because of the Lakshadweep administration declared as a union territory, and now what happened, the central government is giving so much of support and assistance to the Lakshadweep administration as far as this Panchayat system is concerned. And this is actually some kind of a statistics, the birth rate, death rate, and infant mortality rate is concerned as far as Lakshadweep is concerned. And his point is that there, as far as the COVID surveillance in Lakshadweep in general and the Chitrat Island is concerned, following the declaration of the lockdown, the entire population in the island were put under strict lockdown, strict things there. Movements of people were completely stopped. And what happened there, and the shipping services, it is also closed almost there. And 2 months, no passenger movement from island. and is there all education institutions are closed. Assembling of people were also prohibited, and children below 10 years and elders 65 years were confined at home. Fully things there. When what happened? The quarantine, the 14 days of quarantine, the mainland means not the Lakshadweep Islands, mainland means situation. They mention mainland means land in Kerala or in Mangalore side of the Karnataka. That is what their mainland for them. And 14 days quarantine in Lakshadweep and 14 days quarantine in mainland. That was a compulsory. Manju and ship carrying vessels also they stopped. All kind of tourism activities also and domestic and foreign tourism were stopped during that period. And examinations of the centers, in the sense that there are a lot of students, they are studying from different universities, and Lakshadweep administration and the district panchayat requested all the universities and colleges. Because of that, the colleges and universities also got given a chance to the Lakshadweep students to write the exams from there itself. The point is that the staff of health department were deployed in all the parts of different places to manage this, and two senior officers of Lakshadweep administration were employed at the Cochin and the Calicut to manage these COVID as issues are concerned there. Their quarantine centers were identified and arranged at Kochi for housing passengers proceeding to the island. Doctors, paramedical staff, police were full made alert. And there, the whole island were sensitized and things there, and regular alerts were made by the social media and the other sound announcements, things there. Disaster Management Committee under the leadership of the district collector. He is the chairman of the district disaster management authority, according to the the National Disaster Management Authority. But as far as the Lakshadweep is concerned, the Lakshadweep district panchayat president, he was the co-chairperson of the district disaster management authority, and also they played a major role as far as this is concerned. And being the link between the people and administration and the panchayat have played a vital role, all the above for arranging, which helped the contain the COVID-19 not reaching the island. So the point is that there you see, because of strict implementation of the instructions issued by the government of India from time to time, a number of well-coordinated efforts taken by the Lakshadweep administration and overall cooperation and participation extended by the village, the panchayat and the district panchayat, the local citizens have helped to prevent fully the entry of COVID-19 to Lakshadweep. This is what their important point. In the entire country, we can say that there Lakshadweep may be the only one territory where the COVID-19 has not entered so far. There is not even a single positive case as far as the Lakshadweep is concerned. This effort has to be continued in the coming days also, at least till the COVID-19 is completely wiped out from the world. This is the word from Mr. Yusuf. Thank you, Fine.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a really and a great presentation also, and it was a very brief presentation. And I didn't, I mean, it was need to ask for a time to restrict the time to the speaker. Today's all presenters where they stick to the time. Thank you so much, all the presenters, keeping yourself, maintaining the time, keeping yourself in time and making yourself in your presentation in time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Joe, sir, for presenting a nice, such a wonderful paper all over from Lakshadweep, a practical experience and how it was a very, I mean, great learning how the people of Lakshadweep has handled or contained the COVID-19 and prevent entering the COVID-19 in their beautiful island. 27 island they have, and it is only of about 64,000 populations. So it was a great learning, sir. Another paper we have left, that is from Sisa Sivadasan. She is there?
No, we can, no, it is not there. We can go for the discussion and all.
Okay. So one presenter is not there. So that means we have sufficient time. Now it's already 6:04 and 6:45. Before 6:45, say we will be winding up our technical this session. And many of you have already typed your questions in chat. And the first question is from Jeevan Kumar. This is to almost everyone. On Dr. Asa Buch's paper, question is like this: Gandhi in Hind Swaraj uses strong language against doctors. He preferred naturopathy to allopathy. Do you think naturopathy will work effectively in dealing with COVID-19? So I think anybody can answer this question to Jeevan Kumar. Asa ma'am, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Jeevan Kumar is right. Gandhiji did criticize the profession of medical doctors, but at the same time, he valued their services hugely, and he himself did use those services. So we have to kind of take his views and put it in kind of perspective. If we think about the rules and directives for combating this coronavirus, what are we asked to do to keep our personal and public hygiene in check, like washing hands, keeping distances, and apply most of kind of almost surgical cleaning protocol. And what is it? It's preventative primary care measures. So that's what Gandhi always insisted on. One of his books, which very few people know about, is The Key to Health. And it was written in his first language, Gujarati, in a very simple language. The reason for he wanted to educate the millions, the mass, in primary care, preventative medicine, healthy lifestyle. People are asking us to eat, consume simple and plant-based food. And that's what he propagated. So on one hand, his criticism is the manner the medical profession is advancing and not implementing in a proper way that common people or millions of people can benefit from. Look at India now. Wealthy people can get topmost services and common people can't. So we have to concentrate on basic rules of health and hygiene and cleanliness. So yes, I would still say that some of his ideas can be modified and implemented today.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. What I found is his ideas, his thought, his advice, I think especially in this pandemic situations.
Yes.
It is very much relevant and very much practical because of this pandemic, we learned that whatever he taught was really he was kind of prophetic that this kind of situation will come in future, and we have to go back to a field and cultivate own food, grow own food, going back to nature.
Yes.
So but at the same time, we also cannot ignore the modern medicine.
No, if he was alive today, he might have gone for vaccine as well, because he was very progressive minded.
Yeah.
He himself served the patients of plague in South Africa, in India. His own family was affected by Spanish flu. So he was not new to pandemics and diseases. his main idea was to manage our personal and public life in a manner that we can keep this sort of pandemic at bay and treat them as much as possible in a kind of personal and public domain, rather than always running towards highly specialized services. In fact, my husband is a medical doctor. So is he allowed to talk?
Hello, sir.
May I just say that his idea was really a holistic idea about the health and life. And he once said that if you don't really have a good life, balanced diet and working ethics and development of small scale industries and start from village, he said, if Indian village dies, then India dies, because there are 700,000 villages. And he actually said he wasn't really completely against allopathy, but he said that look at our India, look at our ancient history about allopathy, Ayurveda, and actually if you look at, we have got natural plants, we have got natural drugs and medicines. So it's a different idea. But if you look at the current situation, if we don't look after ourselves with diet and diabetes and hypertension and lifestyle, then that's what happens. So you can't panic in a disaster situation. The whole lifestyle has to change.
Yeah, thank you. I think, thank you, ma'am. So, so we cannot ignore the allopathy also. The main concern is humanity. I mean, where the things can be go in a best way, that has to look upon. So, hope Jeevan Kumar has got his answer. So we'll be switching on to next question. Next question is from Center for Rural Management to everyone, in fact. Very good presentation. What the structure and design of municipal corporation can suggest in that line also. Miss, I think this is a question to first presenter, Katyayani Chamaraj. And the next is to Asa Buch. Her presentation was also excellent and very powerful. Health and decentralization is really very interesting area which need more discussion. Your final quotation and conclusion was really excellent. In fact, this is not a question, it is a kind of appreciation from Center for Rural Management.
May I come in? I'm Katyayani.
Katyayani can answer your. This is a question. In fact, very good presentation. Your presentation was really excellent. First presentation was really very good. And what is the structure and design of municipal corporation can suggest in that line also? That is a question from Center for Rural Management.
Could someone from Center for Rural Management explain their question a little bit more? I'm not able to understand.
Yeah, the question is that the very structure and the design and the act for the municipal corporations, not only in Bangalore, in all over the country, is whether that is suited to addressing the issues like pandemic, or can you suggest something, the design and the structure and the powers? Because my point is that there you see, for example, if the municipal corporations are concerned, and our electoral system, for example, there is actually the mayors are not directly elected, the mayors are indirectly elected, and mayors are not for 5-year period, and mayors are for 1-year period or something, that kind of situations. In what way you can suggest the design and and the design and the structure of the municipal corporations, not only in Karnataka, in Bangalore, all over the country. We need some kind of recommendations and suggestions for the 74th Amendment as far as the urban governance are concerned. Thank you. That is what. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Jose. That makes it clear. So am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
You are audible, ma'am.
Yeah. You have raised that important question of the role of the mayors. As you have pointed out, the mayor is just a figurehead in most of the cities across India, and his term is mostly only 1 year. And so he's just a ceremonial head, and also the colonial relic of the commissioners, the bureaucrat appointed as the commissioner of a municipal corporation has more executive power, and he has total policy making, or I'm sorry, no, executive power in whatever happens in the municipal corporation. And also he's a representative of the state government. He's appointed by the state government. And so his allegiance is also to the state government. And our most of the municipal corporation acts are made in such a way that the executive power is not with the mayor. And so, and also the state governments, they have a lot of control over what the municipal corporation does, and they have overruling powers, so that every resolution passed by the municipal council can be negated by them at the state level, which is a violation of the spirit of the 74th Amendment. And also the finances have not been devolved as they should have been devolved to perform all the functions that are supposed to be devolved to the municipal corporations. So, and also in a strange anomaly in Karnataka, the power to even delimit the wards and to fix the reservation for the wards for the local elections is determined by the state government and not even by the state election commission. So the state is keeping all the powers with itself, and even to plan, the planning powers have not been devolved most of the time to the municipal corporations. And so we have parallel structures at the state government level doing the functions of the third tier or the decentralized municipal corporations. And coming to the citizen participation aspect, in Karnataka, for example, the ward committees are supposed to be functional, and we have the system of nominating the ward committee members, which is against the spirit of giving power to the people so that they decide who should be the ward committee member. That is not being allowed, and the nominations are being done in an absolutely political manner, and it is giving room for nepotism and favoritism, because very often the municipal councillor himself is selecting or nominating the persons who will sit on the ward committee, so that it is a violation of the spirit of the 74th Amendment, which wants the ward committee members to be making the councillor his functioning transparent and accountable to the community. So if he has his own yes men sitting there as ward committee members, they are hardly going to question him. So that is why, and even the concept of the area sabha, which is the parallel body to the gram sabha in the rural area, has not been activated in most of the cities in the entire country. So we were lucky that again, when we went to the High Court, we got an order that in particular city called Mangaluru, the area sabhas where every voter can congregate and plan for his area should be actualized. And so we have the court judgment now asking that the people should be allowed to participate at the area sabha level, which is a sub-ward level and a polling booth area level. So for the first time in the country, we have had that judgment from the court, which we hope will be replicated across the country. But even then, the citizens, even in the congregate in the area Sabha, they are not being allowed to do any social auditing, which is why we have scams going into thousands of crores at the municipal corporation level, because there's no transparency about how the money is being used at the local level. And there is total resistance by the elected representatives to empower the citizens with information about the works that they have undertaken. So there is no accountability and no transparency in their functioning, and it is an uphill struggle for the people and the citizens to demand all that from the municipal corporation and the elected representatives. So I think this is in short the situation of most cities in entire India actually, where power to the people, which is the slogan under which 74th Amendment was passed, has not been actualized, even though it is now 27 years or 28 years going to be since the 74th Amendment was passed. So we need to strengthen the uh, uh, participation of citizens by having elected ward committees where they can really question the councillors and make him responsible and accountable to the community. I've taken a lot of time, so maybe there are other questions also. Professor Jose, is there anything more specific that you would like to know about the structure and design of the municipal?
Yeah, this is fine. This is what I'm clear. I'm clear.
Yeah, ma'am. I think Jose sir must be very clear, and this is really you are very true to your presentation. Actually, the fact you have presented, it is in fact in all over almost maximum state where this power to the people is not actually happening. So favoritism, nepotism is everywhere actually. So because of that, this 74th Amendment Act, the spirit of 74th Amendment Act or 73rd Amendment Act is not, could not be, bring into the reality. So this is one of the very bitter fact that we are facing today. So
Yes,
another
thank you.
questions. In fact, this is not a questions. Jeevan Kumar is asking you to give a to share the essence of SOP. Bangalore has submitted a standard operating procedure to National Disaster Management Authority New Delhi for managing all disasters at the ward level. So he is requesting you to share the essence of SOP. Sir, sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
You got this point?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The SOP is quite long. And let me try to share
just in a
it.
nutshell, yeah.
Let me try to share it briefly. I'll try to share it.
Yeah, you can take 2 minutes, ma'am.
Yes. One minute.
Or till you get ready to answer
Yes.
these questions. There is
Yes.
another questions for Professor Wallman from CRM. CRM is asking for information on leadership qualities of sub-national government in Western and Central Eastern European countries. This is a question from CRM to Professor Wallman. It was a good presentation and good analysis. But if you can provide some more information on the leadership qualities. Professor Wallman, sir, are you there, sir?
Could you Do you see me?
Oh, sir. Yeah, I'm seeing you, sir. You can answer this at the same time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as far as leadership, local political leadership is concerned, a very interesting development in Europe has been the introduction of directly elected mayors. So there are different traditions of mayoral leadership in European countries. One is a quasi-parliamentary setting where the mayor is elected by the council. So it's like a parliamentary system. And the other system is a mayoral system, a kind of presidential system, where both the council is elected and the mayor is elected. This is a development which has been starting in the 1990s in Germany and other countries. And this has changed the leadership style of the mayor, because the mayor who is directly elected has, of course, the democratic legitimacy plus his functional powers. And in some countries, he is not only the political leader of the municipality, but he is also the executive leader. So he's the chief executive. And this makes the mayor really powerful. And there are studies that show that this prominent position of the mayor is facilitating the decision-making process in local politics. So this is interesting development, which I think could be noticed. Does this answer the question?
Yeah, CRM, did you got your answer?
Yeah, I got your answer. It's clear. But I would like to get something more on that. There also the proportional representation system of the council, or a different kind of electoral system, which is the electoral system follows in major municipalities, corporations, as far as the European countries are concerned.
Well, most of the European countries have a proportionate electoral system. That means that the councillors are elected on a proportionate formula, not on a majoritarian principle. That is, that the majority vote only counts. This proportionate system contributes to making the elected council more colorful, more representative. That means also minority population can be represented on the council. So this. Pardon me? Is there a question?
No, sir. Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Okay. It seems to me that this principle of having the councillors elected on a proportionate system has been more popular now in Europe. Now the problem is that because of the strong position of the directly elected mayor, there is a danger for the council that the council is sort of overruled by the strong mayor. But practice shows that the party system often helps to keep the strong mayor under control, because there is an opposition party in the local council, and also a strong position. And so this is a kind of a checks and balance on the powerful mayor. Does this answer the question?
CRM, Please respond.
I think Professor Jones also. I think John also tries to answer some questions. I think he trying. John, Professor John. Maybe there.
Professor John. Professor John.
Yeah, Katyani Chamaraj, this is actually what we heard from Professor Ullman, the sense that there in the European countries, there are two systems there. One is that their mayors are directly elected by the people, and that is more the more importance as far as the governance is concerned and citizens participation is concerned. That is one point he mentioned. And second is that the proportional representation system they follow in some of the European countries for selecting their mayors.
Yeah.
The councillors elected the councillors on the proportional.
Council, not the mayors. Council, mayor is directly elected.
And one of the beautiful part is that the role of the mayor is to just facilitate the governing process. I mean, transferring the power to localize the governance. So that is.
There must be also checks and balance, of course. There must be control of that strong position of the mayor.
Yes.
Okay.
May I come in?
Thank you.
I would like to come in.
Yeah, ma'am. Please ask. Yeah.
Dr. Ullman, you may know that in the UK now 23 mayors are elected.
Only 3, yes. 23.
23.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And they have considerable powers. Recently, Mayor of Manchester had a kind of, good arguments with the central because the powers were not devolved. And the people of Manchester, they were put in tier 3 without considerable funds transferred to mayoral jurisdiction because they had to be laid off work. There was no financial support. So they have a bit more power than any other mayoral situation.
Okay, thank you. As you have been there in the UK, so thank you so much for your practical experience and the practical observation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Ullman, sir.
May I just
now, I think Katyani, you can take your time, 2 minutes. I think we're time is coming, so you can just take 3 minutes, ma'am. After that, we'll be winding up.
I'll just comment about what Mr. Wallman just said about the strong mayor. I think in the Indian context, it would not be acceptable to most of our politicians because it would mean that the mayor of a big city like Bengaluru would be elected by a population that is maybe 1.2 crore. And the chief minister himself comes from an assembly constituency which may have just 3 or 4 lakh people. So the mayor of a metropolitan city, if he's directly elected, he would have more public support, which the chief minister may not like, and that he would have greater political power. So, and also there may be problems if the council has a majority of persons coming from an opposition party. Then they may not allow him to function and he may not be able to carry out his ideas. So I think that is a big deterrent to having a directly elected mayor. And I think the current system of indirect election of the mayor is good in the Indian context, because otherwise, if he is directly elected by 1.2 crore people, he is likely to become dictatorial and very authoritarian, and he may not follow very democratic processes also, because he feels he is elected by so many people. And it may also the question, if the chief minister is indirectly elected and if the prime minister is indirectly elected, why should only the mayor be directly elected? That is a doubt that I have. And the other question about proportional representation, yes, I belong to a campaign actually, which is asking for proportional representation in the council, the assembly, as well as the Lok Sabha for the entire country, because this first past the post system is what is ruining our entire democratic process, because now we know the kind of trading that is going on, horse trading of elected representatives with money power and muscle power. They are being taken away to the other parties, betraying the mandate of the people. So I think it is high time that we adopted the proportional representation system for the whole of India, so that this horse trading will come to an end. Because as I'm also a little familiar with the German system, the list system will not allow the percentage of votes that a party got to be changed for a total of 5 years. So that number of or seats that they have in the Lok Sabha or the assembly will remain constant for 5 years, and there will be no room for changing that percentage. So I think that is something that we badly need in our country. So if there is time, I will just share my screen on the SOP that we developed. Is there time?
Yeah, just few minutes, ma'am. You can take 2 minutes, and after that we'll be winding up.
May I add one note?
Yes.
Sir, we are running out of time. It's going to be 6:45. Yeah.
Let him make his comment, please.
Okay, sir. Yeah, as requested. Sir, Wallman, sir, you can comment.
Well, 2 points. One interesting mechanism to control the mayor is the recall procedure. That means that by a vote of the local electorate, the sitting mayor can be recalled with a strong majority. So this is a certain check on the overmighty, overpowerful mayor. The other is there's often a situation indeed that the mayor is elected by one party and the opposition party has the majority in the council. Now, this may be a rather healthy, not a bad situation, because this forces the mayor to seek compromises in the council in order to get his proposals supported. So this is another aspect.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ma'am, yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Can you see the screen, please?
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah. Now it is. Yeah. Now it is okay.
Yeah. Our SOP, I'm just trying to show it. I did not summarize it because I thought it would take too much time. So we have taken 4 points: preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. And we have suggested what the constitution should be of the ward disaster management cell. And we have said that there should be ward disaster management teams consisting of all these teams with the volunteers at the local level. Early warning, search and rescue, all this. I will not go into it. We have also explained what should be the constitution of the booth level committees. Then we have said that there should be guidelines for the formation of the disaster management teams, and only people who are really well-intentioned and who are really doing voluntary work should be taken. Then there is need for capacity building of these teams on basic disaster management skills. Then these teams need to sit down and prepare ward level disaster management plans. And we have said what should be the content of these disaster management plans. And we have gone into details about that yeah, I cannot go all into the details of that. And so also from where to get a contingency fund for the ward disaster management, how to raise the resources for that through volunteers and through funds given by the government. Then that the ward disaster management cell should always have a resource inventory and keep stocks of disaster relief items at a suitable place within the ward so that they can quickly respond, and that there needs to be coordination between various departments and with the horizontally and vertically with the state, with the district and the municipality. And yeah, we have gone into a great detail, and that the ward disaster management cell should be the point for disseminating information to the citizens about a single point of information and communication dissemination. Then there should be a helpline at the ward level. Then and also a grievance redressal system at the ward level. Because we found that in the current situation, there were so many helplines and centralized grievance redressal helplines, which nobody could access because they were always busy. And unless you have a ward level helpline and a grievance redressal system, it will be not possible to handle all the grievances that come. And also when it comes to response, we suggested that whatever has already been spelled out by the municipal commissioners, that should be included. And we also added a lot of points on our own that especially with regard to the migrants, reaching out the benefits to them and the surveys to be done for identifying them, and the doorstep delivery that needs to be done, and of what are all the things that should be delivered to them at the doorstep. And also the children who were in daycare and the school children who are supposed to receive the midday meals, how they should be served. And also we have gone into a lot of details about what should be the response of everybody. Then yeah, the recovery part, the assessing of the damage caused and the ecological damage, how to remedy that, and trauma counseling team, because there will be a lot of trauma within the community, and how to mobilize voluntary labor for all this. And also there are existing government schemes which need to be delivered to the citizens. So there should be mechanisms for ensuring that they are able to access all the government schemes. And
I
that
think,
the
ma'am,
benefit.
that much is sufficient.
Yes.
That must be sufficient, Yadav.
Yes.
If the participants want to see in details, so that
Yes.
can be, I think, availed
Yes, that will
through
be
your
in my
presentation
paper.
and
That
your
will be in my paper
Yeah.
when I submit it. So about
Yeah.
mitigation, I've already spoken. So
Yeah.
this is what is there in the as far as preparedness, response, and recovery is concerned, and that the NGOs should help the beneficiaries to access all the government schemes. That was one of the main last points. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. It was an excellent presentation, and it is really, your paper has enlightened us and how this Bangalore, Karnataka, municipal or Karnataka has managed this COVID-19. It was really a detailed plan or detailed arrangement that Karnataka government has made, that is up to ward level disaster management committee, and that was excellent. And the people of Karnataka and Kerala are very aware. That's why they submitted public interest litigation, and they made it happen this way. So it is really, people of Karnataka, I really appreciate them all because of their initiative. This thing has happened. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really excellent presentation. And
Thank
we
you.
hope,
Thank you all.
Yeah, it was really nice to know about you, and we will, I think, get to see your detailed presentation in your paper. And Sister Asa Buch, her presentation was also very good, and what she shared, and I almost used to say that this 1999 because of this economic crisis, that India has rushed to centralization and the privatization of very important sector, that is education and health. And because of that, marginalized people are more marginalized because they cannot afford to highly privatized or highly costly medicines and cost of treatment, all, and education, of course. So for people, this gap has been created because of this privatization of health and education in that case. As UK and other countries, he has said, it is very much centralized health in case. Arunachal, sorry, I'm just mentioning my state. I'm sorry. Our country, India, where decentralization has been tried, but then still in the rural level, it is not managed effectively. What we know and what we learned is, her presentation was also very good. It was an excellent Helmut Wallman, sir, to let us know about your European countries, how this municipal mayor and how this national level, sub-national level, and local governments are managing the affairs. And the Tawang Mibang, I think his this detailed presentation, I think it will be in paper, how this Kewang of Adi community is managing the affairs of the community. It is.
Yes, madam, respected madam, we will try to share that paper to all participants. His paper.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And finally, it's very great to know that Lakshadweep, there's no even a single COVID positive, and the Lakshadweep has you managed to it. And in fact, one participant has asked for that model, but then I think we are restrained with the time, and already Dr. Joe sir has presented that how this Lakshadweep people have managed this COVID pandemic. They have quarantine center at Kochi before proceeding to Lakshadweep, before proceeding to island. They have to be there in the quarantine center at Kochi, and after that only they can. There was a very thoroughly checking system in the ports. Enter to Lakshadweep Island. So because of that, COVID could be contained. No positive cases could be entered in this 27 beautiful island. So that is a really amazing fact.
One more point, as far as Lakshadweep Islands is concerned, they did actually in more emphasis on both. Yes, one is that they sensitized the people, and they actually other things also what you did it there. They actually given that sanitized and sensitized. That is what the two, simultaneously they did as far as the Lakshadweep Islands is concerned. That is more important, 2S.
Yeah. Sanitized, and the sensitized. Actually, island was thoroughly sanitized. What I have seen is their island was thoroughly sanitized, and people were sanitized, sensitized to maintain social distance, wear masks, sanitize themselves. No, sir. That was the point that I have seen. And because of that, and main thing is that positive cases could not enter and they spread the disease because there was a strict surveillance system in the ports, in the gateway. In the Kochi, they have a quarantine center. So they have managed very effectively, and they prevent entering the COVID in their island. So thank you so much, sir. And now I think my job is done. Thank you so much once again, CRM, for giving me this privilege to chair this technical session. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Umar to a vote of thanks to our respected chairperson.
I think to also all participants for such excellent presentation.
I would like to thank our respected chairperson of this session, Ms. Lekha Karen Kabak, for the excellent way you did your work, and the time management was also very good, and you have given the equal share to all participants, and the excellent way you did it. And thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Kiran. Fine. Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
There will be another technical session. Will start on 7 p.m. and that is on the Gandhian insights, resilience, and decentralization initiative.
10 से काउंट करो बॉक्स में लिखना आई टेल यू 10s and 1s को पढ़ाया था ना यहाँ
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Busijina, I can hear you.
Hello, very nice to meet you.
I've been to the Higher School of Economics before.
Oh, really?
But the one in Moscow, not the one in St. Petersburg.
Yes, but we are kind of the same.
Okay.
You know, so we are not the same. I mean, we are located in the different cities, but we belong to one large school. So
do you know Grigoriev?
Whom?
Leonid Grigoriev?
Yes, I do know him. Yes, I do.
Great.
Oh, very nice to meet kind of colleagues so far.
If you meet him next time, convey my regards to him.
Absolutely.
My name is Uma.
Absolutely. Yes, I do see it. Yes. Your name. So I will definitely do it. So, and what are you doing, right? What is you working on?
I teach international relations at the Central University of Kerala. So I'm chairing this particular session.
Oh.
I'm filling the gap. I'm filling in for someone else.
Okay. So can you then tell me how much time do we have for the presentation?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay.
15 minutes? Yeah. Okay.
15.
I'll give you a warning
minutes.
at around 13 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I switch the light like this. So
yeah, it's almost time to start, I think.
It is time
Dr.
or 2-3 minutes. Yeah, it is 7 or 2-3 minutes to 7.
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. Fine. What do I do?
Jose sir, good evening. Myself Arun. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, very much. Very good.
Ma'am?
So, Lavanya, how are you?
Hi, sir. I'm fine. So nice. So these presentations have been wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for organizing this. It's a really interesting seminar. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to send my PPT.
No problem. Without PPT, you can manage. Then the paper is more important now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, whatever additions you can do with there and try to submit at the end.
I'll send it within few days, sir. Within 1 or 2 days.
Fine.
It's ready, sir. I just need to make sure that all the referencing is correct. Sir, can I present with the PPT? Can you give me presentation rights?
You can share your screen from your end, actually.
That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, okay. I'll do share screen, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'll do share screen.
Try to limit within 15 minutes. That is more important because
I'll try my best, sir. That timing is the only thing. I'll try my best, sir.
Not that the respected chairperson is very strict.
I will be very strict.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please give me a 5-minute warning, ma'am.
I'll give you a warning at 13 minutes so that you can wind up.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please, please, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. At the very start, let me request all the participants to kindly mute their mics so that we can hold this sessions without go forward with this session without any interruptions. So it's a nice warm evening here in Kerala. It's 7 o'clock. And we have 6 presentations. My name is Uma Purushothaman, and I'll be chairing this particular session. At the very outset, let me request all the participants to strictly adhere to the time limit of 15 minutes. And since the organizers have told me that time is of essence, I shall not overstay my welcome by saying more about the conference. This particular session is on Gandhian insights, resilience, and decentralization initiatives. We'll be doing this session from 7 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. So 2.25 hours. So without further ado, let me call on the first speaker, Soumilya Ghosh, who's Assistant Professor at the Department of Political Science, SR Fatehpuria College and Research College, and she's also a research scholar at the Department of Political Science in the University of North Bengal. He's also I mixed up the gender. So he's at the Department of Political Science, University of North Bengal. He'll be speaking on COVID-19 and making the self of local self-government a reality in India, a Gandhian perspective. Soumilya, you have 15 minutes. It's 2 minutes past 7 right now. So I think you should stop at around 17 minutes past 17. And I'll give you a warning bell at 7:15. Over to you, Soumilya. Is he there?
You can call upon the second person and we can wait for him.
I will. Okay, since our first speaker has not joined us yet, I'll move on to the second speaker, who's Dr. Irina Busijina. She's a professor of comparative politics at the National Research University at the Higher School of Economics at St. Petersburg, Russia, my second favorite country after India. So she'll be speaking on does COVID-19 pandemic provide incentives for decentralization in Russia. Ma'am, you have the floor. I'll give you a warning bell at around 13 minutes so that you can wind up in 15 minutes. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Uma, thank you very much. And I would like to start with saying how grateful I am to be here today, at least virtually, and to be able to welcome you all, since I don't have, so far, I didn't have that much friendship in India, but I hope after this conference, probably this situation will change to the benefit of all of us. So I'm going to talk about Russia, right? And I don't know how familiar you are with Russia, so I suppose you are, since otherwise, 15 minutes is definitely much too little time to tell you things about Russia. So without any delay, I want to share the screen with you. So this is this, and now let me do the slideshow, right? And this is from the beginning. So I hope you see the presentation. Is that right? Yes. So if there are any technicalities, so please inform me. The title of the presentation is, does the COVID-19 crisis provide incentives for decentralization in Russia? Right. I'm a political scientist. I'm doing research in particular on comparative federalism and decentralization, taking Russia as an example, as an illustration of what I'm going to say. So, I mean, I'm not doing Russian studies as such, but again, I'm taking Russia as an illustration. So what is the context? The context is that Russia is a constitutional federation, the only one from the 15 countries that have emerged after the collapse or dissolution of the Soviet Union. And being a constitutional federation, Russia has all the necessary institutions to be considered as a constitutional federation. However, the constitutional formalities or the formal constitutional institutions do not match with the political reality. And in reality, federal relations is a combination of formal and informal rules, so institutions, where informal non-federal practices prevail. So we see that what is the premise? The premise is that Russia has de facto is a constitutional, de jure, sorry, is a constitutional federation, while de facto being the centralized state with a federal facade, if you want. So just what COVID-19 had did to the federations, including Russia, you know. So after the COVID-19, what the scholars observed is that after COVID-19 pandemic has started, the different tiers of government, namely federal, regional, and local, were trying and were starting to shift responsibilities, costs, and blames, which were necessary but unpopular and restricting measures. However, the Russian case was different, and this is my first important point. The Russian experience was different from the democratic federations, from these robust and genuine, effectively functioning federations, because the regional and local government did not bargain with Kremlin at all. So what responsibilities they take, how they are going to do it, what will be the plan or the strategy of the federal center. They just accepted the new rules of the game, just quietly accepted the new responsibilities and the new blames and the new risks. What were these rules imposed by the center? It was situational administrative decentralization, taking not as a reform course, and this is important. It was not a reform course which was planned previously by Kremlin, so by Moscow, but it was just a reaction to sudden external shock, right? So, however, what COVID-19 has created in Russia, it was a completely new situation when, on the contrary, with the existing centralizing tendencies that we experience in Russia since 20 years at least. So the regions for the first time had, at least theoretically, the possibility to reconsider their relations with the center, asking or demanding for more economic and political decentralization. However, this never happened. This didn't happen, and there were no signs of coordination among the regions for demanding more decentralization, or they did not show any attempts to act collectively vis-a-vis Moscow, so vis-a-vis federal center. So my argument is that the COVID-19 provided, as any crisis is testing the system. And this was also with the pandemic, the opportunity to evaluate the sources of stability in non-democratic Russia. You know, who were potential agents, which never happened, but still, who could be the potential agents of the decentralization? These were the governors, so the regional executives, and in Russia we have 85 of these regions. So there was kind of not a hope, but at least the expectation that this decentralization would happen. However, the crisis has revealed that the governors were not the agents of change, but on the contrary, they were an integral part of maintaining the stability of non-democratic political system, and the personal interests of the regional governments by far have coincided with the interest of their only principal, the Kremlin. Here I could have said much more about the principal agent model. However, with the deficit of time, I cannot do that. So this is what is very, very briefly about the theoretical framework, because I do have some for this presentation. So the first idea is that the modern authoritarian state use quite a lot of constitutional provisions and formal rules which were attributed to democratic nations. And one of these institutions or set of institutions are federalism and decentralization. At the same time, federalism and decentralization are permanent latent threats to non-democratic regimes. However, the rulers, on their part, have learned how to use these institutions in their favor, and under conditions of sudden crisis, they may allow the least risky form of decentralization, that is the administrative decentralization, by trying to absolutely avoid the spillover of this administrative decentralization to the other domains or spheres, namely to financial and political domains. So another part of theoretical framework is that in modern autocracies, the rulers have to share power, and the third strand of literature is that manipulation of information is one of the central tasks of the modern autocracies. Since this is here I quote Guriev and Treisman with their theory that the modern authoritarianism has turned from the repressive measures to the side of the manipulation of information. What is the Russian case? The Russian case demonstrates exactly this. So in Russia, President Putin has to share power with forming a coalition, and part of this coalition, so these agents of these actors with whom he shares power are the governors, are the regional governors, while important task of the governors is to manipulate information in a way as it is desired by Moscow. And incentives of the governors are structured in a way that not only do they follow Moscow instructions, but they are personally interested in maintaining stability of the incumbent and thus stability of the system. And this is really one of the key points. So they, in the Russian system, in the Russian consolidated authoritarian system, the regional governments are not only agents, but they are also becoming stakeholders of the systems. And they are, as playing such a role, they are strongly interested in maintaining President Putin popularity. When COVID-19 came, what happened? The crisis always, requires unpopular to make unpopular choices. You can either hit population, or you can hit the business with your restrictive measures, or you hit both. The only kind of choice whom you hit more. So unpopular measures. At the same time, we need to take into consideration very much that the most important pillar of the Russian stability is the overpopularity of the President Putin, and in this system, the loss of this overpopularity would at the same time would exhaust the stability, would bring the kind of the evaporation or decreasing of the degree of the stability of the system. So the highest priority of the Kremlin under this condition, this is for the system, the main priority to preserve the highest possible support for the president. Especially it was in connections with our planned popular vote, but maybe this is too much for you. I go into details, so I will skip this. So the highest possible support for the president. So what was the strategy of Moscow-driven decentralization? It was that the regional governors have got the new zones of responsibility, while the president temporarily recedes into the shadows. They would come to the fore. They will take the risk and the blame for the unpopular restrictive measures. They will also have the task for manipulating information, in particular, what was very much registered in Russia, the manipulation of the statistics on the COVID-19. And the point C, mobilizing local votes. This is not in 15 minutes, I fear. So what are the conclusions? The conclusions are that the coronavirus has become a revealing test for how center-regional relations work in authoritarian Russia, and how much do they contribute to the general stability of the whole political system. Why it was important to look at, because after the start of the crisis, the scholars and practitioners, not in one voice, but there were still many voices to hear that this is the new turning point where the regions will work collectively vis-a-vis the Kremlin, vis-a-vis Moscow, in order to reconsider their relations. So they will use this possibility to turn this forced situational administrative decentralization in kind of a platform for expanding, for then have the possibility to expand this decentralization more, and then with the general aim that the political reality would come closer to the formal constitutional procedures. So Russia, in other words, that Russia would become one day, starting from this sudden possibility, Russia would become one day a genuine federation. However, what was happened was completely the opposite. So the crisis did not change the status quo and did not create any incentives for further decentralization. The regions did not bargain with the center. They did not exercise any collective efforts or kind of activities. So, and this was a test and the kind of evidence, the argument that
we have 2 more minutes.
I don't need even. I need 30 seconds, I think. But thank you very much. So that the regional governments are as much interested in maintaining the stability of the non-democratic system as the Kremlin does. So, and this also means that from the role of from the former role of being agents of their own principle, the Kremlin, now their role has changed to the role from the just agents to more of the stakeholders, so the owners of this system which now exists in Russia. So I stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Irina Busijina, for keeping to the time. In fact, you finished a minute ahead of time.
It costed me a lot. It costed me a lot. Normally, I don't speak that fast, but you were so strict, Uma, so you scared me. So I decided to talk.
That was a fascinating, if very frank, appraisal of how COVID-19, the implications for decentralization in Russia of COVID-19. Frank appraisal.
You know, to be not frank, this doesn't count. No sense to be not frank.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
our
very
job
much.
as techniques. Let me now quickly turn to the third speaker, who is Lavanya Suresh. She's assistant professor at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani in Hyderabad. She'll be speaking on social resilience, the role of local institutions in addressing vulnerability in times of crisis in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, Dr. Lavanya.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will give you a warning at 13 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I hope you can see my PPT.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So thank you very much for having me at this conference. I'm going to focus on the idea of resilience, mainly social resilience, and the role of local institutions in addressing vulnerability in a time of crisis in the context of COVID. The COVID pandemic showed us how vulnerable our society is. The worst affected were the people at the margins, online in terms of caste, class, gender, positions, which made them vulnerable due to social stratification. However, we've also seen how local institutions, both government and non-government, worked in tandem to reduce vulnerability and increase resilience. This paper will study the cases that both increased and reduced resilience using the social resilience framework. The aim will be to analyze the social parameters while simultaneously assessing the resources available, the modes of response to the pandemic by both government and non-government organizations, and in terms of how they networked. This is to identify the vulnerabilities and social or institutional innovations that emerge to increase resilience. Now, when we're talking about the need for resilience, international studies have shown that global climate change will increase the probability of calamities and disease, which will create significant public health needs that may exceed local capacities to respond, and that may increase both morbidity as well as mortality. The need of the hour then is, according to these studies, to have a system that will reduce human vulnerability to uncertain events and increase preparedness. The type of resilience we are focusing on in this paper is that which is built through human action. Now, what do we mean by that? An example of human action that affects resilience is social organizations that facilitate or hinder responses to recovery. In understanding social resilience, the emphasis lies in the interaction between enabling factors and capacities operating at different levels of society. Enabling factors facilitate access by different groups of people to public health facilities, information, and mainly enables access to the most vulnerable. The literature has long recognized that vulnerability due to marginalization, discrimination, institutional structures, and poverty in the production and maintenance of disparities, especially in the Indian context, increases vulnerability of these communities. Now, vulnerability has become especially prominent during the COVID-19 crisis in India. Along with the deaths due to the pandemic, the more avoidable disaster was that of the deaths of migrant workers and other vulnerable sections of society. During the lockdown, millions of migrants left the city on foot and walked kilometers to return home. Given the lack of government data, I've looked at data from other sources. The Save the Life Foundation in 2020 published a report that talked of 198 migrant workers dying on the road due to accidents during the 4 phases of the lockdown from March 25th to May 31st, 2020. Indian Railways, in response to an RTI, said that in the 18 zones that they control, 80 people died in the Sharmik special trains that were given during the pandemic exodus. According to independent researchers who published a data set on non COVID deaths, 971 deaths have been reported in terms of starvation and financial distress, exhaustion, accidents during migration, deaths in quarantine other than COVID, lack of or denial of medical help for diseases other than COVID, suicides, police brutality, alcohol withdrawal, and unclassified. Now, this is a grave loss of life, and the numbers given here is an underestimation, as all these numbers are based on newspaper articles. The actual number of deaths may be much higher, but no primary survey has given us those numbers as of yet. The pandemic and the resultant top down measures necessary to halt it has been at the cost of the most vulnerable of our society. Hence, studying how systems reacted in this crisis will enable us to make them more resilient and reduce vulnerability. The method used was a social resilience framework that was developed by Sajja et al. In 2018. We used 5 parameters: social structure, social capital, mechanism, social equity, and social belief. Now, when we talk of social structure, we're basically talking of how the society is demographically divided and how networking is possible or not possible within the different fractions within a society. When we talk of social capital, this is a well studied area where we talk of social bonds based on socio-economic and other factors and networking ability. Social mechanisms will capture the community-oriented initiatives from the community that led to resilience building. Social equity will capture the justice orientation of how equitable a society is and how the most vulnerable were treated. Social beliefs basically looks at social behavior and cultural beliefs and norms. Now, all the data for this and the different cases that I have quoted have only come from secondary sources of reports that were published by NGOs and the government, newspaper articles, and online databases. There's a methodological limitation in this paper because it lacks primary data due to the restrictions that are in place due to COVID. The first thing that we need to do is understand the relationship between resilience and decentralization. Now, resilience, as I have defined it here, is based on the IPCC, which is the ability of a social, ecological, or economic system and its components to anticipate, reduce, accommodate, or recover from the effects of a hazardous event in a timely and efficient manner. The essence is basically not an engineering springing back, but rather the ability to transform, adapt, and persist. Now, this form of resilience therefore speaks of transformation that emerges through social consolidation and collective action, often driven by those who are most affected by the event. This form of resilience must be governed through a participatory process rather than a top down initiative for two reasons. One, it is driven by the idea that it is based on local context. And two, this transformatory aspect takes into consideration the intersectionalities of caste, class, gender that are contextually driven. Now, when we look at the relationship between decentralization and resilience in the context of the pandemic, a paper that has just been published by Datta and Fisher in World Development basically points to the important role panchayats have played in responding to the pandemic. Theoretically, if we look at the works that are in place in terms of how local governments perform better in provisioning services in times of disaster, we can go to the classic works by Manner, Agarwal, Ribot to look at the fact that local governments are closer to the people, they're more accessible, therefore allowing for more accountability. And furthermore, which is very important, is that it provides legitimacy to the messages that are spread by local governments, which leads to trust. A very interesting paper by Longstaff and Yang show that in the H1N1 pandemic in 2009, the distrust that was there in government institutions was a major hurdle. This can be overcome by local institutions because they are seen as more legitimate in the eyes of the citizens. Now, to analyze the responses using our framework. The first, as I said, is social structure. Now, this includes a wide range of social characteristics that divide a population based on gender, race, caste, and income. It includes how these parameters create multiple social layers. The India is a highly stratified country, but the pandemic brought these fissures into the open and exposed the fragility of the livelihood of the poor. Different government initiatives like work from home, physical distancing, frequent hand washing, and lockdown assumed a sense of privilege of having a home as well as having access to water or running water. Millions of informal workers were dispossessed and they left destitute. The government, in response, had brought in a number of measures from financial assistance to construction workers, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana to help the poor, the increase in MNREGA per day amounts being increased to 202 rupees, the additional 5 kg grain being given per month for 3 months through the PDS, women being who hold Jandan Yojana accounts being given rupees 500 for 3 months, as well as pension schemes. Now, except for the direct cash transfers, the last mile implementation of most of these schemes was done by panchayats. The final implementation, therefore, lay in the hands of either panchayat or municipalities. Now, an interesting set of narratives, wherein which I focus mainly on women panchayat members, show how they played a very important role in terms of enabling trust, legitimacy, as well as ensuring that the message got through. These are the names that you have on your screen. Now, Maglesh, a panchayat member in Alwar, Rajasthan, was very active in providing a link between the ASHA workers and the citizens in terms of door-to-door checks. She ensured that there was no panic in that particular panchayat. The next panchayat member, Soma Devi and Maya Devi. Now, these were two women panchayat members in Haryana. Now, they were very important and worked towards ensuring that the MNREGA work schemes were increased, and they ensured that 200 new job cards were issued during the lockdown period. A female punch in Dokela and Santosh, these two particular women panchayat members were instrumental in ensuring the integrated child development scheme and the midday meal scheme actually reached the school children who are no longer in school, because malnutrition, as we know, in India fares very badly in terms of the global hunger index, in terms of malnutrition. And these two schemes are two of the major schemes that prevents malnutrition among small children and pregnant women. In Bihar, Muni Devi was instrumental in actually ensuring that there was scrutiny as well as quarantine of people who were coming into the panchayat village, and she was instrumental in ensuring that these measures were accepted. Hence, you can see through these different narratives how important the panchayat members were in ensuring acceptability of the various top-down measures that were announced. In terms of social capital has been well studied, whether we go back to Bourdieu, Goldman, or Putnam. Now, what's interesting here is by looking at the ways in which networks, norms of reciprocity and trust are built not only from government institutions, but between government institutions and other local institutions. I am not going to go into the Kerala model or Odisha because I know that in this particular webinar, many other people have gone into the details of it. But what's interesting in both the Kerala model, where in which we see the KSSP, civil servants and women help self groups coming together along with the Kudubashri, which ensured a connectivity that ensured that the most vulnerable in the state were not left at the sidelines. In Odisha, by entrusting the panchayats as well as by the activities of the Mission Shakti SHGs, they were able to ensure for good ground level provisioning of health services as well as distribution of food. Social mechanisms, on the other hand, focus specifically on community engagement that captures the engagement of organizations beyond the government. Now, it characterizes the process of community stakeholders collaborating through self empowerment to build resilience. Now, there are many cases in this of this kind. I've only highlighted these. SAFA is an institution in Hyderabad an NGO in Hyderabad that actually operated on the national highways in Hyderabad, North Karnataka, Bangalore, and Chennai through a network of volunteers to help distribute essentials to daily wage workers. The Citizens for Justice piece. Yeah.
Can I interrupt? You have 2 more minutes.
Oh dear. Okay, I shall speed up. Thank you. So the Citizens of Justice and Peace basically focused on sex workers. The various other institutions basically focused on the most vulnerable. For example, slum children, also waste collectors, rag pickers. So these institutions or social organized community organizations focused on the most vulnerable. Now, when it comes to social equity, the 73rd and the 74th Amendment of the Constitution paved the way for ensuring social equity. Resilience is based specifically on ideas of social justice and equity. Unfortunately, when we look at equity, if we look at just 2 measures of income and gender, we find that in both these cases, the effect of the lockdown was devastating. Only 33% of the food grains that were to be distributed actually reached the vulnerable. A story of a domestic worker in Delhi talks of her struggle to get a ration card and how she was unable to access different. Her narrative is about inability to access the different government schemes. When it comes to gender, we see a huge spike in domestic abuse and violence against women during the lockdown. Also, we find mainly sex workers and children of sex workers had Pari captured a number of instances of a spike in violence against sex workers and their children during the lockdown period. Social belief also does not give us a very positive story. When Ambedkar talked about the caste system and untouchability in terms of the way in which the quote is on your screen, at sometimes in the history of the Hindus, the priestly caste, which are the Brahmins, socially detached themselves from the rest of the body of people through a closed door policy and became caste by itself. It talks of how social distancing is very close, scarily close to the idea of caste and untouchability that defines our caste system. And this has been seen despite Article 243D in Tamil Nadu. We had seen a series of instances of violence against pradhans from the SC community. The instances that were recorded were, in fact, more than 100 atrocities in the state of Tamil Nadu were recorded during the lockdown period. Hence, in conclusion, what do we say? We can see that when we talk about the 5 S's of social resilience, we see that a bottom-up approach is effective in increasing resilience. However, the transformation and the demand and implementation of these mechanisms ensure negotiation, discussion, and an exchange of ideas. But in our effort to build resilience, there's still a long way to go, mainly in terms of ensuring social equity, as the cases above have shown. But the road towards social equity and change and building up social resilience lies through decentralized efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lavit. Sorry, I had to interrupt you in the interest of time. I'll now call upon Mr. Saumilya Ghosh to speak. He was unable to join us earlier because of connectivity issues. Saumilya Ghosh is Assistant Professor at the Department of Political Science, SR Fatehpuria College, and he's also a research scholar at the Department of Political Science and the University of North Bengal. He'll be speaking on COVID-19 and making the self of local self-government a reality in India, a Gandhian perspective. Mr. Ghosh, you have 15 minutes and
Okay,
I'll give you a warning at 13 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you all, and good evening all to all present here. My topic is on COVID-19 and making the self of local self-government a reality, a Gandhian perspective. We know that India has almost completed its 7 months journey since the proclamation of nationwide lockdown by central government to fight against the spread of novel coronavirus. It can be seen that the COVID-19 pandemic is going to make its long-term impact on India's socio-economic and health sectors. This prolonged period of crisis has put light on India's state capacity to face these challenges. It is quite evident that Indian state has adopted top-down strategies and imposed solutions from the above, thus leaving a substantial part of the government machinery led by locally elected officials underutilized in all its comprehensive fight against this pandemic. Democracy, basically known as the government for the people, can be expected to serve its citizens better during the time of crisis. State capacity is not only about maintaining efficiency in the delivery of goods and service, but principle of equality and accountability need to be taken care of. Despite 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, actual realization of decentralization of power to grassroots level still remains an anathema to the Indian state. Excessive bureaucratic intervention from policy recommendation to implementation has overburdened the state, thus lowering the state capacity. This has resulted in the emergence of centralizing tendencies, which actually has overlooked the possibilities of local self-government. This paper is an attempt to bring to fore those areas which need to be strengthened in line with the true spirit of democratic decentralization as visualized by Mahatma Gandhi to make self in this institution of local self-government a reality. Now, I can say that coming to the question of decentralization, I can say that decentralization or decentralizing governance refers to the restructuring or reorganization of authority so that there is a system of co-responsibility between institution of governance at the central, regional, and local level according to the principle of subsidiary, thus increasing the overall quality and effectiveness of the system of governance, while increasing the authority and capacities of subnational levels. Decentralization could also be expected to contribute to key elements of good governance, such as increasing people's opportunity and for participation in economic, social, economic, and economic authority and good governance, such as increasing people opportunities for participation in economic, social, and political decisions, assisting in developing people's capacities and enhancing the government responsiveness, transparency, and accountability. If we look through the various dimensions of decentralization, we can say particularly the administrative decentralization, financial decentralization, political decentralization. Now, coming to the question of how Gandhi has visualized the concept of decentralization, I can say that for Gandhi, the question was, despite his the empowerment of the village would form the foundation of Gandhi's pre-modern state. By sweeping away the oppressive authority of federalist government, decentralization would benefit India's villages in a host of ways. It would make villages economically self-sufficient, allowing for the expansion of khadi. No less important would be its consequences for the psychological well-being of India's its peasants. Now Gandhi elaborated on his on this village centric theory in an article published in 1944. Independence must begin at the bottom. Thus, every village will be a republic having full powers. It follows therefore that every village has to be self-sufficient and capable of managing its affairs, even in the extent of defending itself against the whole world. It will be trained and prepared to perish in the attempt to defend itself against any onslaught from the Gandhi. Now, if we look through the decentralized approach of the Gandhi, we can say that Gandhi has talked about the Swaraj, particularly which comes out from the we can see that if we look into the COVID-19 pandemic, we can see that there are several states which are coming out with actually the good and positive results in the managing the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we can say that the question of how the pandemic has been bring to the panchayats to the dim light, to the limelight, we can say that it has been more than 3 months at the since it is more than the it's almost 8 months that the whole of the India is went on a strict lockdown to fight the pandemic, while medical workers are at the front of battle across the nation. Gram panchayats were holding in the front of rural India. The panchayats have shown an extraordinary spirit and resilience despite lacking human and institutional capacities during this ongoing fight with the pandemic. The entire nation, particularly the local self-government, the village panchayats and other members of the panchayats have because of the sudden proclamation of this lockdown, the state, particularly the local self-government, had been given very few time to make themselves prepare to face the pandemic. But this sudden announcement of lockdown gave them very little time to these grassroots institutional entities to prepare for the upcoming long battle. They knew that it would unleash mayhem unless the village are protected. The panchayats were quick to respond to the crisis as they wasted little time waiting for the formal instruction from the government. They knew that the awareness among the people is palliative to panic. Now, we can say in various states of India, but particularly in Kerala, in Odisha, in Karnataka, in Bengal also, sometimes that we can say the panchayats mobilize support, particularly from the health functionaries in making an extensive arrangement needed for containing the crisis. The arrangements included the marking of the building for quarantine centers, providing testing facilities, basic amenities in the quarantine centers, tracking the people in the amenities in the quarantine centers, tracking of people in the quarantine centers and isolation, issuing job cards to workers who are coming back from the cities, distribution of sanitizer, soap masks, distribution of ration to the poor, ensuring direct benefit transfer to beneficiaries, timely harvesting and safeguarding of agricultural produce, and running community kitchen to support the poor and the members in a quarantine centers. Now the panchayats, as per the directive of their respective state, they have utilized the fund, and they are also in a position to make generate their own source of revenue in order to tackle the crisis. The mukhias, the panchayats, the pradhans were able to manage the logistical nightmare to successfully by leveraging on their social capital within the community and the determination to stand united against the invisible enemy. It is particularly, we can say that in a time, particularly when the states has been given very few time to manage themselves, the panchayats are being coming out with very positive result in some states, where we can say that the decentralized if you take example of it's Karnataka, in Odisha, we can say that particularly the state leaders, the government has given the power to the village panchayats to manage the problem in their own way. Now the panchayats included the study phase that there are some kind of infrastructural challenges related to availability of primary healthcare centers, treatment facilities, but the panchayats pradhan in most panchayats, they have faced the problem and try to solve out, try to fill up the gap by arranging for a vehicle thus making some arrangements. All were being praised for their cooperation during the crisis. Migrant workers who are coming back to the cities were put either in the quarantine centers or to stay in the home. Now the question is how the panchayats are being doing good. We can say that at the time when there is a huge job crisis, unemployment, actually the International Labour Organization in its reports has talked about that in India, more than 90% of the peoples are working in the informal sector. Now their future is totally in the uncertainties. Now in this context, when you say that there are in some state there are questions of reverse migration, the problem, there is a huge burden on this rural level, grassroots level institution. Now the government of India has been taken some measures to solve the problem, to face the problem, but I don't think that it is enough. Now the question is, from including the Mangrega or various schemes which the government has been introduced, government has been extended the money to. These are the way in which we can say that government can do the things. Now coming to the question how we can say that the potential of the local bodies in India, there are 2.6 lakhs gram panchayats, about 5,000 urban bodies, and 3 million elected representatives. Most representatives due to affirmative action for marginalized communities. Indian citizens have more trust in their local leaders who they prefer to approach rather than any official. Now there is the point that particularly we can see as these are the grassroots level organization to people from the local communities in the rural areas, they used to make more trust on these elected governing bodies who can reach them very fast rather than any government officials. During we can get the example from the Spanish flu also. During the Spanish flu outbreak, North Carolina used local government and communities to control the pandemic. So we can say that community level participation is very useful at the grassroots level to make people involved into a fight into the administration. Now COVID-19 and role of local self-government. First, identifying suspects and quarantine the influx of people like laborers at community places like hospital, school, to ensure no ostracization against corona positive and their family, identification of beneficiaries for various government support during ongoing corona fight, and awareness such as distance and its hygiene. Now, in this sense, the main primary instrument or the mechanism to deal with this problem is the using of the local level, grassroots level organization, local level committees, social influence and community effort and mass mobilization. These are the important. But the problem is that first of all,
normally you have 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. The problem is ensuring basic amenities of life should not be obstructed. Innovations to support local economy in near future. Now, what are the challenges? The first, the challenges which the local self-government is being facing is that first 3F, that is fund, function, and functionaries. Next, bureaucratic wave dominance and social structure is stratified. So what are the way forward? First of all, district administration should collaborate with the local bodies to reach out to people and bridge trust deficit between people and system. Next, government should provide fund necessary capacity to local self-government, to these local institutions so that they can work as independently. Committee to function effectively. And particularly there is a particular psychological acceptance of the democratic decentralization process. Now, if we look into this problem, we can say that if we follow the Gandhian perspective, we can say that if this problem can be sort out, and if these local grassroots level leaders or the people's participation can be given more emphasis, then only we can see the real actualization of the decentralized democratic governments, which not only put India on a strong position, but in near future, when the pandemic will be over, this local self-government actually can be in a positions to work in a real self, that is called self of the local self-government. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Somalia. Sorry, I had to interrupt again.
Okay, ma'am.
I think that quite a comprehensive presentation. I'll now move on to our next speaker, who is Arun KV. He is an assistant professor, PG and Research Department of Political Science at the Sri Kerala Varma College at Thrissur in Kerala. He's also a doctoral scholar at my department. Arun will be speaking on COVID-19 and local governments, resurgence of Gandhian principles for a sustainable future. Over to you, Arun. I'll give you a warning at 13 minutes. Please ensure that you speak only for 15 minutes. Arun? Arun, can you hear me?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
I think my slide is also visible.
It's visible.
Okay. Very good evening to you all. Respected Chair Uma ma'am. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. John Mulakat and Jose Chathukulam for giving me an opportunity to present a paper. My topic of this presentation is COVID-19 and local governments, resurgence of Gandhian principles for sustainable future. The whole presentation is divided into three. The first part, I will cover Gandhian concept of village Swaraj. Second part will discuss the performance of local self-government institutions during the COVID-19 pandemic in Kerala. And finally, the way forward regarding the local self-governments. When it comes to the Gandhian concept of village Swaraj, Gandhi had a vision and a mission for society, polity, and economy. Ramachandra Guha rightly observed that even in his lifetime, Gandhi was hailed as the father of nation, but he was equally the mother of all battles concerning his future. He not only actively fought for the freedom of India, but also a clear idea on how how an independent India is. To him, independence must mean that of India's people, not of those who are today ruling over them. The rulers should depend on the will of those who are under their heels. Thus, they have to be servants of the people, ready to do their will. When it comes to the Gandhi's idea of village Swaraj, I will read out what Gandhi envisioned. My idea of village Swaraj is that it is a complete republic, independent of its neighbors for its own vital wants, and yet interdependent for many others in which dependence is necessary. Thus, every village's first concern will be to grow its own food crops and cotton for its cloth. It should have a reserve for its cattle, recreation, and a playground for adults and children. If more land is available, it will grow useful money crops, thus excluding ganja, tobacco, opium, and the like. The village will maintain a village theatre, school, and public hall. It will have its own waterworks, ensuring water supply. This can be done through controlled wells and tanks. Education will be compulsory up to the final basic course. As far as possible, every activity will be conducted on a cooperative basis. There will be no caste such as we have today with their graded untouchability. Non-violence, with its technique of satyagraha and non-cooperation, will be the sanction of the village community. There will be a compulsory service of village guards who will be selected by rotation from the register maintained by the village. The village government will be conducted by panchayat of 5 persons, annually elected by the adult villages. male and female, possessing minimum prescribed qualifications. Here there is a perfect democracy based on individual freedom. The individual is the architect of his own government. The law of non-violence rule him and his government. He also, in another occasion, in high region, shared that the importance of a Samagra Grama Seva and the role of a Samagra Grama Seva. A Samagra Gram Savak must know everybody living in the village and render them such services he can. That does not mean that the worker will be able to do everything single-handed. He will show them the way of helping themselves and procure for them such help and materials as they require. He will train up his own helpers. He will so win over the villages that they will seek and follow his advice. When it comes to the second part of my presentation, the performance of local self-government institutions during the COVID-19 pandemic in Kerala. Regarding the decentralization experiment in Kerala, it has already get international attention and appreciation. So I'm not going into the past achievements of Kerala. Here I focus on what the local governments are doing during the present situation. Here I wish to share two examples. The idea of community kitchen, initiatives for breaking the digital divide, and inspiring justice from local self-government leaders. A few other examples, I think yesterday in JB Rajan sir already quoted. So I focus on these three. When it comes to the community kitchen, Kudubasri, in convergence with the local self-government, he started a community kitchen in all local bodies, where food will be prepared and home delivered to those under the home quarantine and for needy people. That means those people in bedridden like old age people. This is a result of Government of Kerala's Hunger Free Kerala or Vishaprahita Kerala program, which is mentioned in the state budget for 2020-21. The respective program envisioned to start one Janagiya hotel in each Gram Panchayat and small municipalities, and one in every 10 divisions of bigger municipal governments. For Janagiya hotels, in Gram Panchayat, the district Panchayat and block Panchayat will give rupees 10,000 and 20,000 respectively. When it comes to the municipal area, the concerned local self-government should give 30,000. The program also envisioned free food for 10% of needy people, such as bedridden, poor, etc. Sponsorship is the medium through which the fund accumulation and allocated for it. The data shows that as of 11th November 2020, total of 1 crore 50 lakh 45,365 food is distributed through this initiative. Out of this, it is also to be noted that 7,38,865 was sponsored by local self-government institutions. This is around 6.3% in addition to the initial fund allocation by the local bodies. But at the same time, when it comes to the critical aspects, it is to be also noted that the government cannot establish such a hotel in the state budget as envisioned the state budget. In the state budget earlier this year, Finance Minister Thomas Isaac had proposed the opening of 1,000 such restaurants across the state by Onam. But the data shows that the government is not moving ahead with this dream initiative. It is also noted that if COVID-19 has not happened, even this number of Janagiya hotels is not created. During the another data, during the pandemic, the government is planned to open 872 Janagiya hotels in Panchayat and 89 in municipalities. But in practice, 455 Janagiya hotels at the Gram Panchayat level and 66 at the municipal level can open. There is a huge mismatch between the total number of LSEs in Kerala and the envisioned community kitchens in the budget. That is the another aspect of community kitchen. When it comes to the simple justice can make positive change. Here I would like to share some support activities of local government leaders during the pandemic to the people. Gandhi once stated that be the change that you want to see in the world, in the world. Mahatma Gandhi always appealed to the community for progressive change. His interaction with untouchables, the actions of communal harmony, etc., are the example of his quest for change. When it comes to the present context, in the era of social media, there is a number of misinformation is spreading among the people, and most of the people are believe that the information shared in social media is 10% true and without any further verification and act accordingly. That is why in the Sunday page, Hindu newspaper called it as unsocial network. What I am trying to share you is here that the case of Mr. Ramachandran's experience. The COVID-19 period also is not exempted from the fake news. Mr. Ramachandran is one among the one of the affected person on because of the fake news aired in his place. Mr. Ramachandran is an LPG distributor from Pulamandol district, Pulamandol, Palakkad. He was a victim of false news, COVID-19. In July 2020, when he came into the public, people are keep away from him. He did not understand why people are keeping a distance from him. Later, he came to know that there is a news circulated among the people. He was affected COVID and was the reason for this untouchability. Though he tried to convince he was free of COVID, people do not accept this reality. Even those people more closer to him also rallied behind the false news. As a result, finally, Mr. Ramachandran approached Muhammad Hanifa, the Gram Panchayat president of Pulamandul Panchayat, to sort out the issue. How the Gram Panchayat president addressed the issue is very interesting. When Ramachandran shared this his concern to the Gram Panchayat president, that immediately Mr. Hanifa, the Gram Panchayat president, grabbed Mr. Ramachandran's hand and walked through the bazaar. Many watched whimsically the audio covered the busy street corners, but some others came forward to apologize to Ramachandran. Mr. Hanifa said later he knew Mr. Ramachandran and that never he wanted his means of living to be put at risk by false propaganda. So when there is a problem arises, people thought that local government leaders are there really helpful to address the issue. This is one of the reaction from the Gram Panchayat president to address the issue of one member of that particular panchayat during the COVID-19. When it comes to the digital, the interventions in overcoming the digital divide, it is also noteworthy. The government in the academic year, June 1st onwards, decided to move on online teaching. When the online government started without any study how the digital divide is existed in Kerala, immediately the online class began. One girl student committed suicide due to lack of digital devices to learn. So it is an eye opener to the civil society. From Gram Panchayat to the member of parliament actively involved. In addition to that, certain clubs, former alumni of particular schools are actively came forward to help the students, those who have digital devices to learn. The Gram Panchayat, the one Gram Panchayat, that particularly in Kanyikuri in Alappuzha district, came forward and have prepared a list of students hailing from low-income families with the help of the teachers, and found that over 100 students need a smartphone immediately. The Gram Panchayat have given those phones ranging from between 3,000 to 3,500. The Panchayat has produced over 1 lakh.
Arun, if I could interrupt, you have to wind up in 2 minutes.
Okay. 1,11,000 masks. Here, two things are to be noted: how the Panchayat find out money for it, and how the support will continue. In most cases, civil society is supporting to ensure digital devices. However, it is usage required a high amount of recharge. Low-income families cannot manage these because of their joblessness. The respective Panchayat decision to provide a free internet connection is to make the intervention is more meaningful. Regarding the way forward, the final part of my presentation, though we have in the field of decentralization, we have a Kerala model. In my opinion, we are half away with the path of decentralization. For example, in 2011 census, there are 30,000 families have no toilet facilities. Of course, over the years, maybe the number will reduce due to the intervention from the Gram Panchayats. But at the same time, when it comes to the public toilet facilities, the data show that the union government directed the state government to ensure one toilet in every 3 kilometers. However, a recent study shows that we have only such facilities every 18 kilometers. The state government directed the local self-government institution to initiate it to take a break and finish it before 31st December 2020. But unfortunately, the program is not progressed much yet. Another aspect regarding the structural aspects, over the years, there is a tendency to merge Gram Panchayats into municipality or to create corporations. Unfortunately, there is no such interest from the political elite to create Gram Panchayats. According to Gandhi, an ideal Gram Panchayat consists of 1,000 adults in the village. In fact, an average ward itself consists of this number. When Gram Panchayat turned into municipal governments, on average 4 wards are merged and formed a division. As a result, the elected representatives are not able to reach all the people. People are also not able to meet their representatives most of the time. In a rough estimate, one elected representative is available to every 1,000 population at the Gram Panchayat. Okay. I will conclude with 2-3 sentences. One Gram Panchayat, whereas there is only one elected representative is available to every 4,500 population at the municipal level. Indeed, when Gram Panchayat gives way to municipal governments, people expenditure has increased without increasing the income. From house tax onwards, there is a substantial increase, and it makes a burden among the people. There is also the waste issues also rise after the election to the local self-government. There is also our politicization we have to see. To conclude, I wish to conclude with the words of none other than the organizers, the John Mulakat and Jose Chathakula. In their article, decentralization is a process of moving towards certain goals aimed at human well-being. The process can be accompanied through agency, but can never be completed because it is always evolving. So, therefore, a constant interventions and support are required from the government as well as from the people for strengthening this process. LSGs have the potential strength to develop their own way. With regard to the Gandhian ideas are really a guiding light to the local self-government institutions to make a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Sorry, I had to rush you again. I was particularly tickled by your reference to my Gram Panchayat, which is Kanyakudi in Alappuzha. Anyway, let me move on to I think that there might be some questions for you. But meanwhile, let us move on to the penultimate speaker of this session, who's Professor Sonali Singh. She is at the Department of Political Science, Faculty of Social Sciences at the Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi. She will be speaking on the role of urban local government in managing the COVID-19 crisis, a case study of Varanasi Municipal Corporation. Over to you, ma'am. You have 15 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 13 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Uma, for giving me the opportunity. At the outset, let me thank Professor John S. Mulakatu and Professor Jose Chatukulam, Director, Center for Rural Management, Kottayam, for organizing such a wonderful international webinar and for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas with such an esteemed audience. I extend my regards to all the panelists. Madam, are you able to see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're audible and we can see your slides. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, some of the brief facts about the urban local government in India, which we all are aware, but still a quick revision. We all know that system of urban local government was actually constitutionalized through the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1992. Though urban local government has been recognized as third tier of government, but state government is the principal player to transfer to local governments functions specified in the 12th schedule and create environment for its functioning as per the constitution. The pace and growth of urbanization in India, it actually poses enormous challenges to urban governance in terms of delivery of public services and improving the quality of lives of people living in cities. India is home to second largest urban population in the world. Its urban population is projected to increase from 286 million in 2001 to 600 million by 2031. Some of the major central initiatives for urban development are JNNURM in 2005, Clean India campaign, that is Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrit Yojana, Smart Cities Mission, Housing for All 22, etc. Now, I would like to just briefly mention the nature of COVID-19 pandemic and how the local governments become so important. The COVID-19 pandemic is an urban phenomena mostly centered in urban areas. Hence, role of urban local bodies have been extremely important in managing this crisis. It is not only a health crisis, but have also created enormous problems in economic, social, and educational sectors. It has raised issues related to health services, delivery of services, checking infection, protecting the livelihood of the people, and financial capacity of the local government. Experiences since last 8-9 months suggest that multilateral, collaborative, and decentralized approaches are best suited to deal with this crisis. Now, urban local government and COVID-19 crisis. Now, since those who are in the urban local government, they are the frontline warriors and officials who are easily accessible by people at the local level, whom people look forward to in times of crisis. Out of total COVID-19 reported cases and fatalities, more than 50% are from the country's 14 metropolises. Now, this has put additional burden on the urban bodies who are already functioning under limited human and financial resources to actually deliver regular basic services. Though all important directives related to COVID-19 have been issued by central and then state governments, but their implementation have depended upon the efforts and capabilities of the urban local government. For example, enforcement of lockdown, that is maintenance of quarantine centers, distribution of ration, etc. Now, I would like to briefly mention UP Municipal Corporation Act 1959 to illustrate the legal provisions which are available at the urban local governmental level to manage crisis. Now, as per UP Municipal Corporation Act 1959, some of the important functions of corporation are, that is, collection and removal of sewage, offensive matter, and rubbish, and treatment and disposal, the establishment, maintenance, or supports of public hospitals and dispensaries, including hospitals for the isolation and treatment of persons suffering or suspected to be infected with a contagious or infectious disease, and carrying out other measures necessary for public medical relief. Third, I think it is fourth, preventing and checking the spread of contagious infectious and dangerous disease, and the maintenance, fixing, and regulation of places for the disposal of the dead, and provision of new places for the said purpose and disposing of unclaimed dead bodies. Now, these provisions illustrate the importance of urban local government in managing the crisis. Now, Varanasi Municipal Corporation, or in short BMC, Varanasi Nagar Nigam or Municipal Corporation is a governing is a governing body in the city of Varanasi in the Indian state of Uttar Pradesh. The municipal corporation consists of democratically elected members with 90 wards headed by a mayor. VMC was established on January 24, 1959 as a Nagar Mahapalika under Municipal Corporation Act of the 1959, and in 1994 it was upgraded to Nagar Nigam. Now, Varanasi Municipal Corporation is responsible for the planning, development, and upkeep of the city and delivery of civic services to its citizens. VNN's mission is to make Varanasi a dynamic, vibrant, beautiful, self-reliant, and sustainable city with all basic amenities and to provide a better quality of life to its citizens. Now, this is the basic structure of municipal corporation of Varanasi: Executive Council, Mayor, the administrative head is a municipal commissioner, followed by additional commissioner, joint commissioner, assistant commissioner, councillors. Then we have certain departments, that is chairman, Jalkal department, then chief medical officer, chief engineers, who are again followed by the lower level of medical officers, secretary, engineers, then sanitary health supervisors. Now, some important services provided by VMC in general, that is potable water supply, underground sewage system, all-weather roads, efficient and sustainable solid waste management, health coverage to all, focus more on the poor, primary education to the needy and library facility to all, upgradation of the amenities in the existing slums and alternative accommodation, clean, green and pollution-free environment, facilities to the visiting pilgrims and tourists. Now, role of Varanasi Municipal Corporation in managing COVID-19 crisis. Now, I would like to highlight that VMC has managed the situation with the help of skilled staff, various technological solutions, digital and online platforms. And the first important, effort was the building of COVID-19 Safe Kashi, an awareness app, which was launched by Varanasi Smart City and Varanasi Municipal Corporation, which informs citizens about the current COVID-19 situation in Varanasi city and nearby district. It also showed the government appeals, orders, and actions taken by the administration. It was also used for accessing online travel e-pass, home delivery of essentials, then consultation with doctors, psychiatrists, platform to report any incident, and 24/7 COVID-19 tracking system. Now, the second important effort was towards building a document titled Guidance for Handling Waste During COVID-19 Outbreak. Now, this was issued by VMC through the technical advisory support from the project title Development and Management of Waste, that is NAMA, Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Action. Now, this project is being jointly, it is being undertaken by Germany and Government of India. And this document actually issued a summarizing guidance from Central Pollution Control Board and advisory from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Now, the next important, and I think it is a very important effort of VMC, was establishment of an integrated command and control center. Now, this center was already set up as part of Varanasi Smart City project, and due to certain, on-break of COVID-19 crisis, this was actually converted into a COVID-19 command and control center, and it was used for actually delivering all types of services to different sections of the society. All the departments were integrated under this ICCC project. Now, the next important role was played in terms of free home delivery of food items during the lockdown. Now, during all 4 phases of lockdown due to pandemic, free delivery of grocery items, including green vegetables and food via phone call orders, were arranged by VMC for residents within VMC jurisdiction. Then sanitization of hotspot areas in Varanasi. Fogging, hand spray, and bullet machines were used to sanitize the hotspot area every day. VMC has also sanitized the slum areas, then public toilets and community toilets on daily basis to contain the virus. A very important initiative was in the form of financial assistance in the form of cash of rupees 1,000, which was provided to some of the poorest members of the society like voters, then thelawalas, mallas, rickshaw pullers for about 2 to 3 months. And the list was prepared by VMC with the help of councillors for their respective wards. Then collection of waste from COVID-19 quarantine home. Now, VMC Safai Karmacharis have played a very important role in collecting the waste from quarantined homes in sealed designated biomedical waste disposal bags with proper personal protective equipments. Waste collecting vehicles and bins used in hotspot area of quarantined home is disinfected through spray machine daily after collection of waste, and VMC provides new collection back to the quarantined home every day. Drones were being used to disinfect Varanasi. Now, VMC has collaborated with Invest India to facilitate the use of drones for spraying disinfectant over large, crowded, vulnerable urban areas by protecting city dwellers from COVID-19 while reducing contact of health workers. Now, a very important initiative was orientation and awareness sessions for VMC sanitation workers. Since sanitation workers are playing an important role in fighting with COVID-19 pandemic, VMC conducted interactive sessions on safe working practices and proper use of personal protective equipment for workers of the waste management cell. Now, through this diagram, I want to illustrate how multiple actors along with VMC have played a very important role in managing crisis. And the first important actor is the common man. Common man had played an immense important role, a very commendable role in managing this crisis along with the officials and members of VMC. And this is based on the many telephonic interviews I had with the councillors of VMC and other administrative officials. They all have praised common man. And then is the role of Safai Karmacharis. Because Safai Karmachari have played a very important role in disposal of dead bodies who were COVID infected at times when their relatives have run away. And putting their lives to risk, they have contributed enormously in terms of managing this crisis, I think not only in Varanasi, but across India and also in the world. Now then party, local MLAs, RSS volunteers, they have also taken many initiatives to provide necessary services to the people. Then police officials, besides doing their routinous job of maintaining law and order, they have even cooked food in their chowkis and provided those, food and ration items to the poor and the needy. Then doctors, they are always the frontline workers. Their, contribution is invaluable, along with ASHA workers. Then many societies in Varanasi, then many religious organizations, ashrams, they have also contributed in their own way, like distribution of ration, medicines, mask, sanitizer, organization of medical camps, arranging for testing at home, etc., along with the councillors and administrative officials of VMC. Now, challenges before urban local government. In general, we all are aware that local government has not been empowered sufficiently despite 74 Constitutional Amendment Act. Second, lack of financial devolution and autonomy in mobilizing resources.
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes to wind up.
Okay, thank you, madam. I will try to wind up. Municipal officials are mostly employees of the state government, and you can understand that whom they are accountable to. Urban local governments lack the capacity for planning and management, lack of infrastructure and requisite institutions to carry out reforms, and public delivery system is not satisfactory. Now, some of the specific problems or challenges are, that is, corruption is a problem. Then bureaucratic delays also hamper the functioning. Lack of coordination between people's representatives and administrative officials. Executive powers by and large are vested in the municipal commissioners who are appointed by state government. For example, the persons who are authorized to take decisions regards utilization of fund for COVID-19 by the UP Finance Commission by the district magistrate, then chairman CDO, and others administrative officers. Now, there is some amount of lack of coordination also between different departments of the Varanasi Municipal Corporation. Now, suggestion to strengthen urban local bodies, guaranteed financial transfers and degree of autonomy in mobilizing resources, need for institutional reforms and capacity building for planning and management. Then constitutional guarantee of powers of urban local government is required rather than becoming mere tutelage of state government. Inclusion of smart health facilities under Smart City Mission and Amrit Yojana, and developing coordination and building capacity amongst various stakeholders like elected representative, administrative officials, private sector, academia, media, civil society, volunteers to handle such crises together. At the end, I would like to conclude that VMC has done commendable jobs in managing COVID-19 crisis despite so many constraints. In the words of Municipal Commissioner VMC can be a role model in terms of fighting COVID-19 with the help of technology. Now, COVID-19 has not ended. With almost complete unlocking, apathy of people towards taking precautions, huge social and religious gathering, there is threat of second and third wave as is evident amongst many states in India. There is need to learn lessons from managing this crisis and address the handicaps at the urban level, that is absence of adequate hospital facilities, doctors, testing labs, technicians, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You've finished exactly on time. Thank you so much. I think that was a pretty insightful presentation into how the VMC has dealt with the COVID-19 challenge. I'll now move on to our final speaker for the day. This is one of the organizers of this conference, so I don't really need to introduce him. But then just for formality's sake, let me say he's a former professor, Ramakrishna Hegde Chair at ISEC Bangalore and Director, Center for Rural Management in Kottayam. Dr. Chathukulam will be speaking on local self-governance of Nuba peoples in the Nuba Mountains, South Kordofan in Sudan. Sir, over to you. You already know the rules of the game, so I'm going to tell you. You have 15 minutes.
Yeah. Dr. Uma, I am audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. My slides are also visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Respected chairperson and dear panelists and respected delegates. See, I got a chance to visit the Nuba Mountains almost 2 years back for completing an UN assignment. And I got the information that there are some elements, some institutions, which is known as the local self-government, functioning in a different fashion. So the UN people wants to give some kind of training to the functionaries and the institutions running by the local government. In that context, I visited the Nuba Mountains. And this is a kind of a narration what actually the Nuba Mountains, the self-government, the local institutions are working in the Nuba Mountains. And these are some of the, you can see that they're the huts, and the similar kind of one-on-one huts I got a chance to visit stay almost more than 1 month. Yeah. As far as the structure of the paper is concerned, I can have a small introduction and the methodology. Then the working of local government in the Nuba Mountains and the issues and challenges and the takes away. Yeah. See, this is located, this is actually the part of the Nuba Mountain. You can see that there's southern Kordofan. Located in South Kordofan, Sudan. It was liberated, caught and uncaught. The people of Nuba Mountains claims that it is a liberated place, liberated geographical region from South Sudan, and liberated by, liberated by themselves from that area. You can see that my slide, there is no need to repeat that. Citizens belong to different ethnic and sub-ethnic groups, and people of the ancient kingdom of Kur. They are basically cultivators and pastoralists in terms of occupation. And there is no exact population as far as this is concerned, but population size is between this is that there, and this is actually a survey by the South Sudan Liberation Army or movement. That is what there is, SPLM. This is what the basic information as far as the Nuba Mountains are concerned. Okay. Yeah. The methodology, okay, 1 month of intensive field work. I got a chance to have a focus group discussion around 28 intensive short interviews, discussion meet and small case studies. Out of the counties, there are 14 counties. I got a chance to visit 7 counties. Out of 67 PM, they got a B15 and Buma around 250. Almost the 1 month period, I worked day and night. I could interview around 1,000 citizens. Interview means I could contact and make some kind of information. The point is that their electricity was not there. Then internet facilities was not there. Proper toilet facilities was not there. I used the kind of some kind of what is the cat technique for that and all things there. It is really, but I would like to say that there in my entire life, this month was the most productive life as far as my field work area and issue concerned. Yeah, this is some of the field work. Among this there, I will show some of the photographs of that. And these are the women, they used to go in the field for collecting the sorghum. That is what there, the millet. And this is some of the discussions which has taken place, the Nuba people. Yeah. Yeah. This is actually their school also. I did some field work, and data collection in the school. And the other photographs, the two persons along with me, there is one person who is wearing a suit, and he's actually a commissioner of that, the Nuba Mountain in one of the counties. And another thing I will tell you, this man is a husband and wife. I'm the middle in that, you can see a photograph. And his name is Abdullah. And Abdullah, I felt that there Abdullah may be a Muslim because of by his name, but Abdullah is not a Muslim. Abdullah is a Christian. Then I asked Abdullah. Abdullah said that there, as far as Nuba Mountain is concerned, like football team, today we have a good football team is there. Then we have some kind of affinity to associate with that group. And 2 or 3 days, we are seeing another football team that is more vibrant, and their players are in a very nice fashion. Then we will show the affinity to that. That is only as far as religion is concerned. And we may 1 month, we may have some faith in the Muslim religion, Muslim Islamic faith. Then we have to go to the Christian faith and all things. And I met a person, another man, his name is Alex. He's not a Christian, he's a Muslim. This is what there. And then he said that there what the media information, what we are getting from the Nuba Mountain or the Sudan, that is entirely different. The situation is something different as far as Nuba Mountain is concerned. And this is actually a discussion with the commissioner. This is also a discussion with the members of the Mother Union. They have a separate women's group. It is known as the Mother Union. Yeah, you see, coming to the administrative structure of the Nuba Mountain, the self-liberated region, apart from Sudan, it is an independent self-liberated region as far as concerned. There are 11 the secretariats. It is working starting from the local government, education, health, and all things. These are the 11 secretariats in the Nuba Mountain city, the administrative structure. Again, in the administrative structure, you can see that the administrative structure of the secretariat and each secretariat. This is only I'm taking the local government secretariat, and there are 11 secretariat like this. There is a secretary of the local government, and the division and the departments. There are 6. It varies from 6 to 10, and there is a director general and below the division and the department, you can see that their unit, it varies from division to division. There is a manager is headed by that. And here you can see that there the director general, and the units level, you have a manager. This is what is happening here, but the administrative structure of the secretariat is concerned. Yeah. Then this is actually the structure of the local government in the Nuba Mountains. like in the Indian context, we have a district panchayat, we have an intermediate panchayat, we have a grammar panchayat. In the similar fashion, they have a county at the top level, then the Buma at the grassroots level. Between the Buma and the county, there is a PM. It is functioning then. And the county level, you have a chairperson and members of the County Liberated Council. That is what they used to the term, County Liberated Council. And PM, you have a chairperson and members of the PM Liberated Council, then chairman, members of the Buma Liberated Council. The administrative structure, this side you can say that commissioner, executive director and other personnel, administrative officer and other personnel. As far as the Buma is concerned, there is no administrative structure. That is what the structure of the local government, the Nuba Mountains. You see, you take the county, what happened? County level, they have a political wing and they have administrative wing, and the commissioner is the ex-officio chairman of the county, and he has to give the command to the political side and administrative wing. And he is appointed, he is not elected, he is appointed by the governor of the Nuba Mountains. He is most powerful. No, he is the head of the Nuba Mountains. Here you can see that there the county conference, they have to elect the 50 county liberated council members plus 5 executive members, and that executive members and the 50 members. In this part is a political wing as far as the county is concerned. You see, the PM interesting thing is that there you have administrative and political wing is there. Political wing, you have there is an executive body, again 5 members. There is a chairperson and secretary. There is also a PM Liberated Council with 13 members. A PM conference. Actually, the PM conference will elect these 31 members, five executive members, and the secretary and the chairperson. But the administrative side, what happened? There is an administrative officer and administrative personnel. Different fashion is there. Below that, there is a unit is there. Yeah, Buma level is interesting thing is that there again they have a Buma conference is there. Buma conference, Buma conference will elect the chairperson, secretary. Then the Buma Liberated Council, executive body members and the political wing. But as far as the Buma is concerned, there is no administrative part, administrative wing. This is what the structure of the local government in the Buma. See, this is also very interesting, the political structure and the process of the election. You see, the Buma means Buma conference. First at the grassroots level, they have a Buma conference. It is known as it is actually the Buma conference, and Buma conference will elect 36 delegates to the PM conference. And this is only one Buma. They have a 250 Bumas there. All Bumas has to select their delegates to the PM conference according to the number of members in the Buma conference. Then there is this Buma conference. They will elect the PM conference delegates. And here there is a PM conference, and PM conference also will elect a county conference, 141 only from one PM. And there are a number of other PMs will come to county conference, and the county conference will elect the delegates of the regional conference, 145 members, and that is the highest political body. This is what the political and the political structure and the process of election as far as the Buma is concerned. I could say that there a similar kind of political process and political structure and the process of election is we can see that there in the communist parties. Communist party used to select a kind of a conference members for the immediate higher level. That conference will select the other members, and finally they will send the central committee, the party congress. It's a similar kind of situation which is prevailing there. You see, another interesting thing is that there they have a local authority, and it is also a traditional form of local authority, and they are all ethnic groups and sub-ethnic groups, and these are the traditional leadership is vested with these small Mam and Dog and Shayak. This is what they are at the county level, at the PM level, at the habitat level. You can see that there. Yeah, you see, as far as the local authorities are concerned, their major concern is that they have a more concern on peace building, celebrating diversity in the Nuba Mountains, creating open space and promoting tolerance. But however, what the situation is that majority of them are guided by primordial loyalties. And my discussions with them, they openly admitted that they expressed that they have a lot of limitations to take certain kind of decisions because of their primordial loyalties and all things, that they themselves admitted that. Challenges to the local governance in the sense that their local authorities and the structure which I mentioned, that there this BUMA and the PM and the county, there is no kind of relationship between the local authorities. Local authorities are working a standalone structure. And there is a poor infrastructure. I will give you some of the photos. You can see that there are poor infrastructure. And there is a deficit of knowledge on basic civic and political documents. They have a constitution, they have a political documents, but majority of them are not aware of that, what is there. It is there, things there. Then the three-tier local government, they have their own issues there. Horizontal relationship, no horizontal relationship between the political and administrative domains. It works in a separate standalone style. You see, challenges of the local governments, a lack of clarity in the business of the council. I already mentioned that there's a liberated council at different levels, but the business, they are not aware of that and how to conduct the business, and the lack of political clarity in the commissioner in the council. One side, he is appointed by the governor and they have no clarity what they have to do there. A dual image of the commissioner, things there, capacity gap. This is actually a statement.
You have two.
I will take that. We got that there. We have key personnel in the helm of local government administration who are coming directly from the houses. This is what their comment is that there. Then the dual control system is that there, because sometimes what happened, the administrative side and political side, people have no distinction between who are the administrative side and who are the political side. They mentioned that there, after all, administrative officers and the other staff in the PM are our people. This kind of information actually I got from Kerala also when the 96, when I had a discussion with some of the Grama Panchayat, they mentioned that there, as far as secretary is also concerned and the other members are also concerned. One of the Panchayat, the president mentioned that their secretary is also a sympathizer of our party, our man. That kind of a thing still it is providing them. The issues of regional imbalance, you see that there the resources are being extracted from our markets and nothing is coming back to our side. We want to do share some kind of regional imbalance has already started in that. And this is some of the photographs of things there. I already mentioned that there, the poor infrastructure facilities. So the commissioner and the PM chairman, this is actually their office of a PM. And this is actually some of the officers of the local self-government officer. That is what I mentioned, infrastructure is very poor. And this is what you can see that there are some photographs and all things there. This is actually a water source. This is actually Bush School. I will tell you 1 minute only, I will tell you that there. You see the school, these are some of the bench and desk. They used to say that there, these are the boards and all things there. But interesting thing I will tell you, they are actually a Kenyan education system they are following in the Nuba Mountains. I mean, among this group, actually, I asked a question to one student, one girl student. I asked, tell me, she is actually at that time, she's studying in the 10th class. I just asked her, you tell me, what is the difference between sex and gender? She said, I'm just what, uncle, you are a man and I am a girl. That is what sex. Then I asked, okay, what is gender? Uncle, in Nuba Mountains, there is a belief that girls are not supposed to eat chicken during the time of menstruation. Uncle, in Nuba Mountains, boys are not supposed to cry. Then she said, that is what is gender. So it is very clear, very clearly, a 10th class student can explain based on the examples from the Nuba Mountains, and they are telling that the sex is biological and another is sociological. So we in terms of in course of time, because of our actions, we may change the gender relations. This kind of understanding is having with a 10th standard student among this group. I had a discussion with one student, and that answer I got from the Bush School, one of the participants of the Bush School. This is again something on Bush School. The potential of local government, this was an earlier situation. Earlier situation was there, the state expected little to its people and the people expected little of the state. Now what happened? People started expecting something from the local government. The demand for local governments and the aversion of the culture and style of command. Command means what I'm telling that there, the people in the military uniform, people with a gun and all things, that kind of aversion has taken place. This is what. And in the present situation, I would like to say that there, because of our TOT, we have given a recommendation to the UN and UN had done some kind of exercise. Now the result is that there, the fighting stopped 2 years ago, okay? The NUBA in the new administration, how much autonomy? We heard that there the total governance initiative is going very well. This I got from the people very recently, almost 2 weeks back. I had a discussion with some of the functionaries. The strategy has shown been every Buma to elect a man and a woman to serve as the BM Development Committee with the local chief. The PM is the local municipality. All our efforts have succeeded to manage the COVID-19. I asked, what is the situation of the COVID-19? They said that there is a very, very negligible number and we could manage because of the intervention of the local governments in a local government in Nuba Mountains, the Buma, the PM and the county exercise. Because of the UN had given a very vibrant kind of a training program, capacity building for these functionaries. Because of that, they could address the COVID-19 comparing to the other geographical regions of that particular country or state. Thank you. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that interesting presentation. We have about half an hour for questions, and I think there are a couple of questions already in the chat box. Let me start with Dr. Jose. There are two questions for you that I can see. The first question is from Dr. Jeevan Kumar. Professor Jose, how are the Nuba people and their local institutions in South Sudan dealing with COVID-19? This needs elaboration. Are there any lessons to be learned from them in the post-COVID world? Would you like to take questions together or do you want to go one by one?
Yeah, one by one. I can take you. I will note and I can give it to you after that.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, please. Just one.
The second question is, how do, from Dr. Gobinath Reddy, how do these Buma councils address COVID issue in recent times? Is there any data on this? I think those are the two questions for you. Sir?
Yeah. You see, in other parts of the world, the Buma and the administration and the PM and the county, they also distributed all kind of materials to address this COVID situation there, as it is there. And again, I see what I have seen that the thing is that they have given importance to 2S. That is also an interesting part. I have seen that there. I put it into 2S, but I got the information that there. One is that there a high level of, as far as we are concerned, for 1S is that there, what is there? We do sanitize, but instead of that we are actually did the sanitization kind of a process at that they sanitize the things there, but they actually sensitize. This is what they're sensitized. In what is there sensitized in the sense that there is actually one-to-one kind of relationship is there, one-to-one kind of communication channel is there, because other things, other mode of communication channels are not working in the Nuba Mountains. Because of that, they could communicate communicate one-to-one, that kind of a communication mechanism they have did it. And another interesting thing is that the Nuba Mountains, their social capital, their closeness, their social contact is relatively very high all the times. But in the COVID period, what happened, they have given a strict kind of directions within the family sites also there, within the family, within the school, within other places also, that kind of a physical distance they could maintain that physical maintenance. And second thing is that they have a different kind of a kind of a sharing of their that actually food items and all things. Instead of cooking every items in a particular house, and they used to go for some kind of a community kitchen altogether. Community kitchen is not for getting any kind of assistance from anywhere, but they made their own, in the sense that and each and every aspect they used to keep that they kept the distancing, and they have given the awareness program in a very, very effective manner, and the distribution of all things there, and women folk, especially the mothers union and all things, they constructed the mask and distributed and all things. This is what I have seen that there. And another interesting thing, this is what I have seen. The another interesting thing is that there, you see, there is no force to operate on any kind of things. I can give you two examples, because Nuba Mountains people, they are so fond of, especially in sugar. But they can cultivate in some area sugar cane, and they can go for some kind of a production of sugar. But because of the scarcity of water, they all have taken a decision that they are not going for cultivating of sugar cane. That kind of, apart from market forces, apart from regulations from the state government or regulatory forces, the people themselves has to take this kind of relationship, this kind of decisions. I can see a kind of a comrades kind of a relationship. I have seen that there, that might be helping them to avoid this COVID exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are 3 questions for Dr. Lavanya Suresh, and they are all from Dr. Jeevan Kumar. I'll read out the question for you. I'll read out his comment for you, actually. Lavanya Suresh's paper on role of local institutions in building social resilience in addressing vulnerability is very thought-provoking. It brings into sharp focus the huge responsibility placed on both rural and urban local governments in areas which seem to go beyond their traditional areas of competence as well as jurisdiction. I have 3 questions for Lavanya in this connection. 1, how have our urban and rural local institutions fared in dealing with the pandemic in terms of building social resilience? The second is, what reforms in the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments would she suggest in this regard? And 3, should this dimension figure in the Disaster Management Act as well? Dr. Lavanya?
So, Professor Jeevan Kumar, sir, thank you for this these very interesting questions. So, to answer your first question in terms of how well they fared, local governments, mainly panchayats in some states, have done fairly well, or let's say better than central governments in enabling social structure, social capital, and social mechanisms. But when we look at the justice question on social equality and social belief, we find that instead of ensuring resilience, it has actually made the system more vulnerable. So, if we're talking of reforms of the 73rd and 74th Amendment, I would still say that we need to push forth Article 243D and the justice question. However, recommendations on how to empower women, SC, STs are many. The dimension that I want to add with this paper is to bring forth that the reason that we need to address social justice questions is not just for the sake of justice alone, but also to increase the resilience of such institutions in times of crisis. And the final question, when we look at the Disaster Management Act or the disaster management policies that we have, the focus has to be on risk, vulnerability, and resilience. But if you look at how resilience is understood in the Act and the policy, it's usually understood either in terms of technology or alternatives. There's very little focus on social resilience. But there are multiple studies, both national and international, that show how important social resilience is. So, in terms of this, I would say social resilience at the local level and bringing focus to this aspect is also very important. Thank you for your questions. I hope I've answered them.
Thank you, Lavanya. There are 2 questions for Dr. Jose Chatukulam. So, one is from Virisha. Your presentation was insightful. My question is, are there any significant differences between the local governments in Sudan and India? You have mentioned that these councils are traditional local governments. And if that is the case, how are the chiefs chosen? By election or nomination? Or how are they chosen? The second is from Binuraj KS. What about fund and functions available to local bodies at different levels? Two questions.
Yeah, as far as the funds are concerned, I already mentioned. Yeah, I have given a hint that there only markets are there, and there is a market charge is there. For example, if they have animals and they are coming with the animals, and selling the animals, they have to give a particular kind of a tax to the to that area, and that tax will go to the panchayat, concerned panchayat. Buma, Payam, and county. Then they will share that. Some kind of a formula is there. They used to share that there. And basically, one is that there the collections what they are getting from the market thing is their market. And another interesting thing is that there within the market also in the border market is there. Border market, when they sell the animals or their agricultural products, they used to get more profit out of that. There is a wide difference, so that the local government also will get a certain kind of a amount from that. That is what the major source. I mentioned that there in some places what happened, the markets are there, and the entire area, the tax they are getting from that a particular payer will get or Buma will get, and there is some kind of a dissatisfaction among the other people. The people from Buma, they used to say that they're okay. Our people also participated in the market, and the entire share is going to that particular region. These kind of problems are there. Their issues are there. But by and large, basically from the source is actually getting from the market. That is the main thing there. Then what I mentioned that they are not traditional, there are a traditional leadership is there. Traditional leadership is there. At the same time, what I mentioned, the traditional leadership is there, and they have the Buma, PM and county. That leadership is not coming from directly from the traditional leadership. Traditional leadership has entirely different things. But interesting thing is that there, I already shown that there at the Buma level, there is no administrative wing. And Buma level, since there is no administrative wing, what happened? From the county side or PM or the Buma side, they want to distribute the public goods to the community. They actually take the full support of the traditional authorities. As far otherwise, the traditional authorities has a very limited role in the sense that they are more on primordial loyalties because of the caste, sub-ethnic groups and all things. But everywhere you can see that there the delivery of public services and goods with the support of the traditional authorities, local authorities entirely different from the Buma, Payam and all things. What I have seen from the Indian context, what we have a three-tier kind of a things. In Nuba Mountains also three-tier kind of system is there. Dual control mechanism is there. And capacity building, a lot of gap is there. That kind of a gap is also available in the Indian context. But I would like to say that there, apart from general the local self-government in the Indian context and the Nuba Mountains, it is very difficult to compare. But I can say that there, this is more applicable to the left political parties, very particularly in the Communist Party. They have their own hierarchical system. That kind of hierarchical system, which is also applicable, which is also available. I can see that there in the Nuba Mountains. Nuba Mountain system is that they're the way in which they are elected, the party delegates, party conference, and their relationship with their party. Sometimes it is very difficult where the party business stops and where the administrative business starts. I think there is a culmination of the administrative and the political systems together. In some places, it is very difficult to understand and all things there. This is what there. I'm not sure about that there whether my these questions are my answer is satisfactory level or not, but it is very difficult to understand certain things, and still I could not understand see more than 60 or 70% of the dynamics which is happening, which is going on the Nuba Mountains. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very candid answer. There are a number of questions for Dr. Irina Busijina, but she's answered all of them, so I am not going to repeat them. She's raised her hand. Dr. Busijina, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, this is not anything I would like to add, unless the audience would like to hear, but this is something I would like to ask. Is it possible?
Okay. Yes,
Thank you.
please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Uma. I have a question to Professor Lavanya Suresh. Namely, I have several, but for the lack of time, I will concentrate myself with a focus on two questions. Lavanya, I have one question. So this is the did I understand you correctly that you think that this is a general question? I think this is very basic. Do you always think that decentralization also plays kind of good things for coping with the crisis, especially with the crisis like the COVID? Because it looks like in your study that you take it as a premise. However, there is a difference. So there is no consensus among the scholars if decentralization is good, because there are a lot of people who think that too much decentralization can be harmful to cope with the crisis, and the certain threshold of centralization should be preserved in order to meet these challenges better. So did you explore this alternative hypothesis? And so the main factor is what was the initial level of decentralization? So this is my first question, and my second question is how did you make your analysis? Because I understood that you have these 5 elements: social capital and many other five different important kind of pillars of the resilience. And then you presented the slides, and on the slides I saw some kind of cases, some just case studies or cases which would illustrate certain elements of the resilience. So what did you do with them? So what were the analysis? I mean, probably there are other cases that could bring us in the other direction. How did you make your case selection, and what did you do with them? Thank you.
So Irina, thanks a lot. These are really very important questions to answer. And I'm actually very happy to answer that. So when you talk about the relationship between resilience and decentralization, theoretically, as much as people have talked about centralization being effective, it has been found time and time and again that social resilience actually works better and is more transformative in nature when it comes from below. Which is why I do spend quite a bit of time in my paper, basically theoretically arguing for what type of resilience I'm talking about, in terms of it not just being a springing back, but transformative in nature, in terms of how it reflects social, political, and ecological contingencies and knowledge of the place in which the event is taking place. And that type of resilience is only possible when it is bottom up. Furthermore, if you noticed, my paper focuses a lot on the stratifications that are there in our society in terms of caste, class, and gender. Now, these intersectionalities are not the same across the country. They differ from place to place and are contextual to a great extent. Hence, if we wish for a system that actually overcomes these power hierarchies and allows for networking of individuals, community groups, and governments and other actors, it is possible only through a bottom-up process. I think Datta and Fisher's article, wherein which they study 3 states, truly argues or shows very interestingly. It's a World Development paper published in 2021. In fact, it talks of the rapid response to the pandemic and how the more locally decentralized institutions are, the response is better. All right. So, am I saying that is there a case that decentralization leads to better social resilience? Yes, there is. Does centralized do centralized diktats allow for this? Not so much. Mainly in a country that's as diverse as the country that I'm studying, which is India. So that's my response to your first question. My response to your second question is in terms of methodology. I completely understand where you're coming from, mainly because there is a methodological constraint. I am only working on 3 types of resources: newspaper articles that have given narratives of different people, institutions like Pari that have actually captured case studies of different people, and also reports of other government institutions that have been published online. So this is a limitation. I haven't done primary studies, and that's a problem. But with regard to my case selection, and in terms of the way in which I've used these cases, if the framework per se basically builds an understanding of how to measure social resilience. Now, there's not a lot of agreement on that. I will give you that, and my paper does acknowledge that there is a lot of counters to how to measure social resilience. But nevertheless, this particular framework is quite robust, and in understanding these ideas of social capital, of social engagement, what I have done is that I have looked through the various narratives that have been given and looked and seen what was the role played by local government in all of these narratives in the context of the concepts that I have taken. So your question is, your counter to that would be, okay, there are other cases that may go against this. So I will definitely say that I'm not generalizing. I do admit that this is very context specific, contextualized to the case, and that is the whole methodological limit of case studies itself, mainly of this kind. So I do admit in my methodology itself that there is a limit to the methodology and generalization is not possible. However, these cases make a very strong statement because these are cases of great vulnerability, of sex workers, of daily wage workers, of women elected representatives. So, in the context of these cases, specific to the place in which it actually took place, it shows either resilience or a lack thereof, which leads to more vulnerability. But I do admit there is a methodological constraint, and I do not generalize any of my findings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have about 9 more minutes and we have one more question for Dr. Jose Chathukulam. This is from Dr. Asha Boch. By providing what we consider as modern training, are we not destroying the traditional way of life of the people of Nuba Mountains?
It's a very interesting, very interesting question in our TOT and the methodology which we suggested for the training component. And we have given more importance to the traditional knowledge and the importance of the local authorities to interact with the governance at the different levels and to give more importance to their value systems, their cultural practices, and their food habits. And see, there was a question also, how did they manage the COVID? I can also add one point, the immunity, their food habits and way of life in the things that there, it actually enhanced the kind of a immunity power of that local, the populations there. So without disturbing these kind of value systems, this kind of the cultural practices and the importance of the local authorities, and actually they could do it that there. That is what the important thing that there. Within that, I showed that there the Bush School. And though they have taken that kind of a major pedagogy from the Kenyan education system, and not only that, they are not just copied what it is happening in the Kenyan education system, and they've taken it from the Kenya, and they actually kind of what type of things there, they actually made some kind of a blending with their own local educational systems and all things. I could say that there it works well. And the schools also, what I have seen that there is a five standard student, and 5 standard students actually, they are actually teaching the 3 standard student, and 10th standard students, they are actually teaching the 4th or 5th or 6th standard student, that kind of things there. And they actually, parents also have a major role in a kind of a teaching professions and all things. So altogether, I have seen that there are a different kind of pedagogy, a different kind of way of life, and different kind of cultural practices. And these are very, very important. I felt that there are 2 things I would like to highlight that there. I felt that their market forces, there is no need that their market forces, they are competent enough to arrest the market penetrations. This is there. Number 2, I felt that there the regulatory forces, without the regulatory forces, without some kind of a command which is coming from different places, without that, the people themselves, they can govern their own small region based on this Buma, PM and county system. That is what the beauty I have seen in the Nuba Mountains. Asha Bush, again, I would like to say that there we have given this kind of a methodology, this kind of a TOT content without disturbing the cultural practices, what is there at the Nuba Mountains without touching, and they could do it there. That may be the success story of the Nuba Mountains, why they are surviving the small area of self-liberated the Nuba Mountains.
Thank you, sir. We have 5 more minutes, and I'll use the privilege of the chair to ask.
Doctor, I have 2 questions. One question is, Professor Sanwal is saying, see, the presentation was really good on the Varanasi Municipal Corporation. I would like to know that there, while doing your field work, whether the municipal corporation authorities, whether the elected side or the official side, can you say that there how many COVID positives are there? How many COVID deaths are reported in the municipal corporation? My point is that there I also did some kind of a work in the corporations and other municipal areas as far as Kerala is concerned, and nowhere this kind of a data is not there. So data management, whether I would like to know that there the municipal corporation of Varanasi, whether they have a data collection, data management and data analysis, then they can say that there this is as far as the Varanasi municipal corporation is concerned. Such a kind of a information is available among the municipal the council corporation people. This is what there. As far as my Russian scholar is concerned, and I do agree that there, if you feel that there the decentralization stops at the regional level or at the state level or at certain level, then definitely there may be a chance of misinformation giving to the Moscow side or central, and there's some kind of a partnership between the central regime and the intermediate regimes at different levels. But the decentralization process, what I mean that there it actually delegates, and finally it comes to the people, the neighborhood level and the grassroots level, then the situations will change, number one. And number two, the devolution process, there is no end to decentralization. There is no limit to decentralization. I would like to say that there decentralization has sometimes go beyond the principles of subsidiarity. Then only it will be succeed. Of that kind of a approach, if you can try to understand the Russian situations, I think you have to make a different kind of perspective as far as the decentralization is concerned. Thank you.
I request both the speakers to, make their answers short because we are running out of time.
Thank you, Professor Jose, for your very good question. I have already mentioned in my presentation that through the Smart City app, that is Safe City Kashi app, regularly informations have been provided regards the number of COVID infected patients and also the number of deaths to the people of Varanasi. That is 24/7 monitoring has been done, and continuously all the data have been available on that app. So I think I have answered your question. Thank you.
Dr. Busijina?
Okay, I really hesitate to start because the question the answers I can only give, or my comments can be and should be basically quite lengthy, and we don't have time, Uma, as you remind us several times, right? So I only want to kind of summing up, my impression about what has been said. I can say that this is how should I say? You are lucky to be able to discuss all these questions. You cannot imagine how alien, how different your discussion is from what is taking place in Russia, right? And again, I can repeat, so the main idea now of the center, and this is you need to know to see how the priorities of Moscow are structured, and these are the first and the foremost priority is to convince the population that we hold everything under control, right? that Moscow has control over the situation with the COVID. And this is the reason why, why the international statistics is declared as false. This is why, the center, the presidential administration demands the regional administrations to falsify, if you want, right, the statistics and the number of positive tested and the number of death from the COVID-19. So I really agree. I am a strong believer in decentralization and the things like this, but this is now the what we experiencing in Russia. This is absolutely opposite direction. That's why for me this panel was very revealing, and thank you very much again, the organizers, Uma, and you personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we draw this session to a chair. Before that, I would like to thank all the presenters for keeping to the time, for adhering to the time limit, and my apologies for being a very strict chair today. I'm usually not like this, but I was given strict instructions. So I think all our presenters deserve applause. We heard some very interesting, very insightful papers, particularly the ones about Russia and Sudan were of interest for me as someone who studies international relations. I thank everyone, all the participants who joined us on this late evening. And I hope we see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, for the last two sessions and the validatory session which will follow. We are available on the same Zoom link, and hopefully we will see you all there tomorrow as well. Thank you, everyone. Good night from India.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ma'am. Thank you for Hello. ഒന്ന് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്തിയാ ഒന്നും കുഴപ്പമില്ലായിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പം തീർന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് വിളിക്കാവേ, സംഗീത ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചോട്ടെ. പ്രൊഫസർ സംഗീത. May I speak to Professor Sangeeta? Oh, Professor Sangeeta. Oh, fine.
Fine. Actually, I'm not able.
I'm Jatakulam.
I'm not able to view your presentations because of the network problem. Otherwise, things are going on well. You know, it is really a great achievement. Maybe this is the first of its kind in India, this kind of webinar. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct,
Hello.
correct. You are correct. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's only few presentations I could hear.
Okay, what about you could hear my presentation on Nuba?
No, actually that problem first, there was an internet problem.
Okay.
I saw the photographs and everything, but meanwhile, the network problem I could not see. At the end I came again, there was some problem. Otherwise things are, it's good.
Things are moving well, fine, yeah.
Well, it's a very nice, I missed many of these presentations. Anyhow, it's very good. I'm very happy to see you and your organization. They are doing a very good work. Greatest achievement. Leader matters. You are very critical about me, but you have proved that I am wrong, you are right. Please,
No.
keep it up. Keep it up.
Your blessings and all things are fine.
All the best. All the best. All the best. Thank you.
റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ലേ അപ്പൊ എല്ലാം എന്നാലും പിന്നെ